Okay, I believe I'm streaming. As always, give me a few moments to get everything set up. At some point, I'll add like some starting music to the stream or something. Like I gotta like, it's always dead air for quite a while as I poke around.
Athlete's foot.
The audio. Shut up about athlete's foot. Hi, Jizu, welcome. Keeper Dace, welcome. Hey, welcome Returns of Sabo Tower. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hey, welcome Justin Boy. Yes, I just started recently. I did a map list run of Dark Souls. Just how I recently got back into streaming. Where I played the game with like the map de-rendered, so it's basically just walking around in a void, not being able to see where I was going. Now, like I'm in my second like set of live streams I'm doing here with the Vagrant spawning run. But yeah, I have been doing it consistently since I started like a little over a month ago. Twice a week, usually Thursdays and Sundays. Sometimes it's been like Wednesdays and Sundays, but yeah, I've kind of settled into Thursday and Sunday for now. Awesome, glad you can make it, Jizu. Welcome, Scantier. Let's see. Hello, Code to Nowhere. Hello to England. Right back at you. What am I trying to do here? One last thing before we get started. Yeah, I should start putting on like one of my like Souls chip tunes while I'm setting up the start of the stream. Hello, Benevolent Beaver. I'm very excited because we're going to be heading to Sen's Fortress in a moment, and I love Sen's Fortress. This is it. It's weirdly cozy to me, which is funny how a way to describe that area. But I've spent so much time doing like invasions and co-op in Sen's Fortress. Like I just genuinely love hanging out in that area. So Sen's Fortress rules. Thanks, JGD. I appreciate it. I knew this would be kind of a funny idea for a stream because it's just like incredibly repetitive activities, but it is hype when a Vagrant finally shows up. And the fact that there gets to be viewer participation for anyone who has the remaster on PC, like that's super cool to me. So I've been very happy with how this has been going. And we have a lot of Vagrants in Sen's Fortress too. Oh, cool. Returns of. You've been already hanging out there pre-stream and you already saw an evil Vagrant down there. Awesome. Okay, we are finally good to go. Finally can get started here. All right. Think the early folk are at it again? Excellent. I guess I can put clothes back on. And off to Sense Fortress we go. Oh yeah, so earlier in this stream, we had an issue where we were wondering if transitioning between different maps kind of hurt our chances here a little bit. So should I stay in Sense Fortress the whole time? Should I always travel from the upper bonfire instead of traveling from the Undead Parish bonfire? Don't actually know if that's truly a concern. But, you know, I don't think it's that hard to descend Sense Fortress that quickly. It'll make some of these run back a little bit longer. Okay, it might make this first run back quite a bit more annoying. Let's just try it. I'm just going to rest at the upper bonfire and use that as our starting point. Why not? Again, it's a slightly superstitious belief at this point. Hey, thanks, Saboteur. Yeah, as soon as I realized that people were like prepping early, it's like, oh, I gotta tell people where we're going next in like every stream announcement. Yeah, this is like a bit of a run back, but I think it's fine. It'll be fine. How nice is it being able to see like the bridges and swinging blades now? It's fantastic. Yeah, like I said, this is just cozy now. Like yeah, Sense Fortress is back to being my comfy hangout spot. Like when I can see the map, I'm not afraid of it. Oh, so how are we doing on stuff? Probably should have investigated how much stuff before I ran to this bonfire. But let's take a look. Am I out, or did I just go through like one stack of the bottomless box? Yeah, just one stack. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? Do I want to work on this evil vagrant and good vagrant at the same time? Maybe. Possibly. Is the brightness down again? It is. Yeah, I'm gonna want rusted iron ring actually. Not being hurt is nice though. So the evil vagrant location is somewhere in this room. It's like in the back of this room. Ow. I said ow, but I didn't take damage. Okay. Get rid of these guys now so I don't have to deal with them again. Have I thought about doing a randomizer stream? Oh, absolutely. I would love to do like a bunch of randomizer streams. Oh. Oh, come on, don't die. There we go. Oh, we just got a bunch of messages showing up. I wonder if any are talking about the Vagrant. I can't take this. That's not about the Vagrant. Try sorcery. That's not about the Vagrant. I did it. Also probably not about the... No, 185. Definitely not about the Vagrant. Hey, welcome back, Crescent Moon Queen. Yeah, so this is Evil Tar Pit. Again, it's back in the side wing of the Tar Pit. I think it's literally... It's like right next to or behind the second Titanite Demon all the way in the back. Somewhere by those messages. Missing all of these hits. Well, that was a lot easier. These Titanite Demon are weaker than the ones in the side room. Okay, so yeah, that side area is where the Evil Vagrant is. Now that I've killed the Vagrant, the Titanite Demon, and I have the Rusted Iron Ring equipped, it won't be such a long detour. Does killing invaders with over 5 humanity on them ever spawn evil vagrants, or is it specifically tied to a bloodstain? It's always tied to a bloodstain being lost. Yeah, the amount of humanity someone's carrying doesn't interact with anything. We'll lose your wall ahead. We have a message in the 200s with Donal of Zena as the avatar. Aye, Shemai. Are Titanite demons actual demons, or are they just called that? I have no idea. Probably just called that. It's like the tree guys in Darkroot. Their official name is Demonic Foliage, but it's like, oof. Yeah, that's just like a translation thing, or like, I don't know. And the good Vagrant can spawn right here, if I remember correctly. I think he's literally just right up here. So I will drop item bags somewhere up here. It's kind of hard. If someone comes up here to investigate, they're going to see the whole rooftop. So there's no real, like, place to hide an item bag besides just doing it. I don't know. So this is good Portcullis Giant. Of course. Okay. Whoa. It's a descriptor, not a label. Yeah, is there a lore reason why there's 3 from here? Yeah, I have no idea. Or 4 of them, really. Oh yeah, I warped out instead of dying, so that didn't help create an evil vagrant, but we will get that figured out. Wait, hold on, hold on. I know I heard a snake. I thought I heard a vagrant. Is that just a snake sound that I'm confusing for a vagrant sound? What is happening? It's a snake sound. It's gonna get my hopes up. I was like, where would it even be if it was nearby? It could be the good vagrant over here in this window, if it was here. Yeah, the snake slithering sound was mistaken for the vagrant chirping sound. I'm on high alert. Should be casting Wrath of the Gods on these guys instead. Yeah, I guess I should have left the giant up there for killing me, but whatever. Oopsie. Not a big deal. Did anyone figure out what loot of the corpse under the inaccessible part of the Hellcrate Drake Bridge was supposed to be? Nah, I don't believe so. I don't think there's any way to find that out. It's like a dummied out corpse object that would carry loot, but like any ID for loot, it doesn't have anything like that, I don't believe. Yeah, I was wondering about that. That's exactly what I was going to check, is the height of this ladder drop. Please be above 20 meters. There's got to be. Well, yeah, I could just drop down both of them. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like, if I survive this, then I could just do this. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a handful of respawning illusory walls. The, I'm pretty sure the one in New Londo Ruins, that leads to, like, the... Yeah. Falling him while he's falling, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the one in New Londo Ruins respawns as well. There is an ID set, but it's not an actual ID present in the prams. Interesting, interesting. It gave me time to react and, like, do a plunge attack, so... behind Breakable Wall is by the Gold Serpent Ring. Hey, welcome back, Androv. I actually haven't double checked it yet, Androv, but I'm just assuming the bloodstain left on the starting roof by the giant corresponds to the location in the tar pit. Evil Vagrant in the tar pit. I'm also not too worried if it doesn't, because, you know, heck, if we're creating Evil Vagrants elsewhere in the level, that's still going to help, but... I'm just like, that's got to count as the beginning of the level, right? Yeah, why the different locations? I don't. Probably just to give the evil vagrants and good vagrants a different vibe. It could be about not trying to see them together potentially as well, if they thought about that. Because I can think of at least one good Vagrant location that's clearly like, okay, they put it here, understanding this enemy doesn't attack you. Like there's some places where the good Vagrants, it's like, okay, an evil Vagrant could be here, I guess, but there's a couple sus placements where it's like, okay, you just you definitely just put this here because you knew it was a non-hostile enemy, and it's not where you would put a hostile enemy. A flamberge. Yeah, I could jump off the roof as well. Hey, we got the evil Vagrant down here already. Okay, that was quick. Awesome. Check map studio in the rooftop behind the illusory wall and the ladder leading up to it actually corresponds to the cell by Serpent Mage. And, okay, cool. I'm kind of glad it didn't sync up because we already got this one. And we spawned a couple towards the next location we're going to be working on. I'd like you to not see me, but just want to get him in view here. Hey, guy. Can you spawn Vagrants in debug at their normal spawn locations? Yes and no. There is like a function for like forcing NPCs to like appear at a location where their quest line doesn't currently have them there. That function doesn't work on Vagrants, unfortunately. The only way I know how to spawn Vagrants with debug is with Prepare to Die Edition. Because Prepare to Die Edition debug allows you to go online. And while you're online, you can like mess with like the network settings to self-spawn Vagrants, right? There's a debug setting for like that you can check into the on position that you can target yourself. None of those like network functions work in the remaster, as far as I'm aware. The remaster debug doesn't allow you to go online, but I think even if you had some sort of like modified fork, I think a lot of those, the net code portion of debug might not work. I don't know. So anyways, let's get them checked off. That is to say, anytime I've showed them in the original version of the game, I did self-spawn them with debug and Prepare to Die Edition. And then anytime I show them in the remaster, I just modded them into the map. And couldn't figure out a way to do it with debug. Alright, this is Evil Tarpits. Off the list. And our total count is 61 out of 92. If evil Y friend shaped, I'm always asking that. Oh, he's on me. Something that I haven't figured out how it works yet. I can just time it manually if I need to. But something when I get to my sight episode, after the smell episode, is how quickly enemies give up chasing after something they saw when you're using stealth. I don't see where in the data something like that is responsible for that. There's a parameter called sight target forget time, which is what enemies normally use to, you know, take 20 seconds, usually, to give up on something they saw, but for some reason that value is, like, drastically reduced when you're using visual stealth, and it's like, oh, I don't know where that is applied. Maybe it's somewhere in the... deeper in the EXE or something, I have no idea. It would be very funny if it applied the same percentage of visual range reduction to the timer. Something I should double check, like, oh, if it reduces enemy range by 70%, maybe it's the timer is only 30% of what it normally is. That'd be funny. If it was just automatically doing that, that'd be pretty fascinating, actually. But I feel like it's probably something else. There's something called goal timeout that's set whenever an enemy decides to attack. Interesting. Yeah, maybe with stealth it just, like, maybe they do give up instantly and it defers to, like, a goal timeout instead? Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, we will keep doing the same routine, because apparently losing bloodstains here does apply to the next evil Vagrant location, and not the one that we just got, so... So same routine. I don't think I'm going to check for the other one on the way down, though. I feel like that's a little too out of the way for this route. So we're just going to keep going straight up to the rooftop for now. Player ghosts are not real-time. The fastest they could ever possibly be, assuming you could somehow send one to another player with 0 ping, the fastest they could ever be is on an 8-second delay. Because it logs an entire animation in 8-second chunks, and that whole thing has to be completed before it can be sent to someone else. So you're looking at a full 8-second capture of someone else's animation playback. It's not like a real-time window into someone else's game. No, I don't actually fully understand how they transmit across the network, so is there stuff that makes it take a little bit longer? Probably. But they can be pretty recent, though. Like, people regularly see ghosts of friends that they know it was them because they put a summon sign in a very particular location, so... I feel like they're pretty often, you know, completely made-up ballpark figure, but I always feel like, they're probably like 15 seconds behind, right? Like, sometimes older ghosts can be a thing, and I don't really fully understand the context for that, or which Souls games that even happens in, but it definitely happens with group passwords in Elden Ring. I don't know if the group password system is saying, like, hey, look, you went out of your way to use this group password thing, so we're going to, like, prioritize, like, ghosts of people that are your friends or whatever, and we'll play them twice if we have to. Or, you know, like, because I've definitely seen the exact same ghost play back more than once with a pretty considerable delay, where, like, I'd see it, like, I don't know how long it took for the first animation to happen, but the second one, exact same one, happened like 10 minutes later or something. So older ghosts are potentially a thing, but I think anytime you see them in Dark Souls 1, it's probably like 15 seconds old. Maybe. Hey, welcome. Yes, Jen Yesens. Yes, I've started streaming twice a week, usually Thursdays and Sundays. It's just something I started not too long ago, but I intend to keep this going. Yeah, what do I think is like the median expected delay of ghosts in game? Yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna say 15 seconds, but I completely pulled that number out of my ass. Like, that's not based on... Don't trust it because, hey, that's what Illusory Wall said. I just, like, I don't know. Kind of vibing that out. Someone dropping down, drinking Estus. Could be one of us. Put it on the wiki. I could probably just be running and not even like fighting these guys, but whatever. If I jump far enough off the roof, I don't actually hit a kill plane and just die of regular fall damage. That's pretty great. Hey, welcome back, Rick Bar. Thankfully, we got lucky and we saw the evil Vagrant very quickly. So it's possible someone else got started early. But maybe this good Vagrant might take quite some effort. We shall see. But yeah, we had some good luck here, in which I thought losing bloodstains up here would have synced up with the evil Vagrant in the tar pit, but it doesn't. And since we already got the one in the tar pit, we can just keep losing bloodstains up here, because it'll go to the next evil Vagrant that we're going to look for. I'm not checking for him on the way down, though. I think that's like a little too much effort. Someone put a message here. Great. Yeah. Yeah, no kill plane. Good find. That's funny. Must not stick out very far. It's not particularly problematic not having one there. Like, clearly their normal design would be to put one there. That would be the intention, but it doesn't look too terrible. Hey, welcome to Mountaineer, West Virginia. WV, I'm assuming that's what that stands for. Oh yeah, Mountaineer. That is like a West Virginia thing, right? Isn't that, like Morgantown? Vagrant is a rare creature spawned through online mechanics, so this only exists online. Whenever players lose a bloodstain that has 5 or more humanity in it, you will send an evil Vagrant to another player online, and when you drop and abandon certain items, you will send a good Vagrant to another player online. And good Vagrants are basically just another sort of kind of crystal lizard. I mean, they look completely different, but they just run away and disappear. And the evil Vagrants attack you. Owie. We can check again. We just got an evil Vagrant down here a moment ago, but I'm gonna take a look out of curiosity, because if we got one again, then I could just show you it. Not this time. Well, my my like PNG tuber avatar sprite, whatever you want to call it, is what an evil Vagrant looks like. So. Yes, Rooftop Dead End is by the Balder Knight. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, he's at that weird, like, long hallway sort of thing. He's up against the wall at the end of that. Sun's Fortress rules. Yeah, Sun's Fortress, yeah, isn't a front, change my mind. Yeah, this area rules. I don't think I even have to defend Sun's Fortress. It's just cool. House of Traps, like, hell yeah. That's a good question, Benevolent Beaver. I don't actually know that. Is there a way to take Dark Souls 3 debug online? I think that's offline as well, for good reason, but I'm kind of curious. If I could take debug online, I wonder if I'd get banned. I don't know how that works. I gotta look into that. Because if I could actually like analyze some of the net stuff in Dark Souls 3, that'd be fun. Yeah, no, Sense Fortress is a blast. Yeah, like, look at this. Look at this shit. Come on, like, is this not cool? It's extremely cool. Ow, owie. Hey, welcome, Eric. Again, we've already saw this Vagrant, but I'm just gonna look for him a couple more times, just in case. Yeah, this was my favorite area to invade in Dark Souls 1, so I spent a lot of time just kind of hanging out in Sense Fortress and running around in non-intended progression paths. Upper Blighttown is better than Sense Fortress? I disagree, but also like Upper Blighttown, so... It's not... I'll defend Upper Blighttown, too. Hey, we got a drift item bag back. I think it's the first return one we've seen. See, Elizabeth Young said, I'm experimenting with Cheat Engine Dark Souls Remastered and too scared to get banned. The safest way you could probably do that is do that with debug installed. And don't boot up characters through title boot. Just load up maps directly. Because every character in debug, when you just load the maps directly, is a temporary character that doesn't have any save data associated with it. So you couldn't create a save file with like messed up stuff in it. Unless if you started... You know, you loaded like a normal character through the title screen and load screen, character select screen or whatever. But you can bypass all of that with debug, and that'd be a pretty safe way to mess around with Cheat Engine. Yeah, he did. Yeah, don't really know about the prospects of modifying debug to get it online. It could be that some people already know how to do that and just haven't bothered releasing it because they would prefer to keep these tools offline. If there's a proper remaster of Dark Souls 1, which piece of content would I like to see restored? I think the Shiva questline. I think that's one that doesn't change the vibe or stakes too much. Like, the cut Oscar stuff is definitely very interesting. But then it's kind of going out of your way to be like, okay, this character that was just here to send you off, like, now he's got a whole thing going on where he's going to arbitrarily oppose whatever ending you're ostensibly headed towards. Like, it's cool, but doesn't really fit into the game as it exists very well. Or something's like finishing Shiva's questline, and it's just like, yeah, it totally fits. I guess, like, he's a shady character. Oh, I forgot to drop more humanity. Oh, that's good to know, Androv. Oh, wow, I'm thankful you checked. No wonder I think I recall having a very hard time spawning a Vagrant on the roof, and then I kind of went around since Fortress and did other areas and then came back to the roof, then it worked. That would explain it. So we shouldn't be dropping... could we be dropping them down in the tar pit? Interesting that things are labeled wrong here. Fascinating. This might be the first time where you can't drop an item in the location that the Vagrant is. I wonder if there's anywhere like that in the whole game. I'll have to do some poking around. Hey, thanks so much for Fly for Shy. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat. In the tar pit or anywhere on the normal path before the first fog gate. Thanks so much, Androv. That is... Okay, so we should be dropping items down here instead. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, Quelaag voice lines. Like, I don't think those would really fit into the game very well. It is neat seeing it, but I'm just kind of like, what would she be like, Priscilla? Like, you can walk up to her and talk to her and just leave or something? I don't know why I'm reading that message every single time. I'll continue losing the bloodstains up here, of course, though. Ooh, okay. There's another item bag. But again, apparently all the item bags on the roof are corresponding to the wrong location, which is wild. So I guess these are giving us a head start at the next good Vagrant location. Weird. There we go. There we hit a kill plane because we didn't jump out as far. But yeah, Shiva's storyline really feels like, again, maybe they felt like, hey, we just did Demon Souls again, and that's why they kind of, like... I mean, the implementation is still a little bit different than Demon Souls, because you're doing, like, an actual invasion, and, you had a different black eye orb for it, which is really cool. You let into a very, very slightly modified instance of the Painted World for that cut invasion, which is kind of cool. Because, like, the well is covered over. Not in a way that looks cool graphically. It's not like, oh, the well has, like, a cover on top of it. It's like, no. It's just, like, solid snow ground running through it. Like, but yeah, you wouldn't be able to, like, it wouldn't let you climb down the well in the Shiva invasion, apparently. Again, they might have felt like they were just doing Satsuki 2.0, but... I hope they make a new Kingsfield. They will eventually, right? They probably will. I actually still haven't played Kingsfield yet. But that'll be something I do on stream eventually as well. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about a lot of... I don't know, I dropped another items. Or to drop them down there or whatever. Just heard a snake get hit by a blade, it sounded like. Yeah, exactly. They made a new armored core. Oh, I'm gonna die? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Sekiro anime, and very curious about the Elden Ring movie. We talked about it on stream a bit before, but there's just the starting thing of like video game adaptations usually suck and aren't justified, so it's easy to be like, oh yeah, it's not going to be good, and that I don't want to see it. Like, sure, no one's going to be surprised if it's not good, right? But like all of the starting information we have about it isn't troubling yet. You know, it's just kind of like, okay, A24, Alex Garland directed, like, could be good. He's made good movies. It's the fact that not that fans are always the best people in charge of adapting a thing, but like, you know, that's at least usually preferable to like a soulless corporate, you know, oh, there's this popular IP, you gotta make a movie out of it, and it's just like, okay, yeah, but this guy's a Souls fan. Like, it's not, I'll take anything that's not in the vein of the Mario movies. Aside from the Bob Hoskins one, of course, because that movie is goated. I mean, it's also kind of bad, but it it's bad in a very fun and enjoyable way. Like it's not soulless, it's just weird. If Godfrey is voiced by Chris Pratt, I'm refunding the game somehow. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel my Elden Ring pre-order. Oops. Oh, I'm hitting the kill plane that time. Yeah, the Bob Hoskins Mario movie is just like in that vein of like a campier Blade Runner, Brazil. It's just like a dystopian movie of that era. Like. Bit of a cyberpunk. Have I seen the Green Knight? Yeah, Green Knight rules. Green Knight has that insanely cool shot of him, like, bound and gagged in the forest, like, left to die there, and, does that really slow, like, 360 horizontal, like, pan around. The camera just, like, slowly rotates looking around the forest, like, looking away from him, comes back to him and shows, like, a skeleton where he was, and it's just, like, that shit goes so hard. Yeah, I'll be curious about Backrooms. I'm not someone who ever really followed Backrooms stuff very closely, like, but I remember I watched like some of the YouTube videos way back. So I'm not someone who ever got deep into it, read about it, cared about it, but I don't know. Yeah, it's intriguing enough for me to want to see a movie. Yeah, and the movie is being made by the guy who did the YouTube video, right? King Pixels. So that is cool. And the movie has good actors in it as well, so. From soft implies the existence of too hard. Discuss. Oh no, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Well, I mean, I might be, but. Okay, they were like staggering their cast, so I didn't think I was gonna get out of that, but. Yeah, that's what I'm very curious to see about the Elden Ring movie. Like, what story is going to be told? Hey, welcome, Rizika. I'd watch a movie just about Blythe. Well, yeah, that's a given, for sure. You could make like a slop movie about Blythe that's just like a Illumination style Mario movie, just like vapid nonsense, and I would still be peak probably. I'd show up for the Blythe show. Put him in the movie. Put him in the movie. You could get the same voice actor, potentially, depending on like how heavy you do like prosthetic makeup for a creature design. You could carefully get someone to dub it and have it look natural. Jack Black is Blythe. No, I mean, it would be a hot mess, but I'd still want to see it. Oh, I agree though. It would have to be, if it's just all CG, you gotta do practical stuff. This is a Crimson Flask. Yeah, if it winds up similar to Green Knight, I think I will be extremely happy. Yeah, if anyone in chat hasn't seen Ex Machina before, go watch it. Good movie. That is the guy who's directing the Elden Ring movie. Revenant Jockey was funny. Yes, bottom of the tower is below the merchant near the cage key. It's right... It's at the very bottom of that tower. Go down all the stairs, and it's just before you leave, before you walk out of the tower again to get the cage key. Hey, returns of. He landed on the axe. You're just swinging back and forth. Congratulations. That's always fun. It's not the same director as The Green Knight, though. But I feel like it's someone who gets that vibe, so there's some hope. I don't think it's the same director. Right? Who's the director of The Green Knight again? It's not like Ari Aster. Strange Creature Head, referring to the Vagrant. Why am I blanking on the director's name? I don't think it was Ari Aster. Oh, David Lowery. Thank you. David Lowery. That's right. Yeah, I have to catch up on a bunch of Ari Aster stuff. I've never seen Beau is Afraid. I've never seen Midsummer. I'll drop this further back, I guess. I'll drop it back here. Yeah, I've been putting off Midsummer just because I'm like, okay, that's going to be like an exhausting watch, I feel like. Like, I don't know if I'm in the vibe. Beau is Afraid, I feel like, is more my level of... again, I haven't seen it, but from the trailer, I'm just like, oh, I can definitely put up with that kind of weird. Toni Collette was so good in Hereditary. Oops. Dark Souls 1 doesn't have like those message conjunctions or whatever you call it. I don't know. Like, therefore, I don't think it has that. Yeah. Can't mash up the messages like that, unfortunately. It has no tri-finger butthole. Yeah, I've heard Beau's Afraid is supposed to be very, like, stressful and hectic, but it's not going to have the same, like, horror gut punches, to my understanding. It's not like, Demon Souls had sticky white stuff, and unfortunately they changed its name in the remake, which is why would you do that? What the hell were they thinking? They ruined a classic. I forget what it's even called in the remake. I think it's Sticky White Slime. Yeah, sticky white stuff is way funnier sounding. Yeah, boo. Calling it slime instead. What were they thinking? There's something very funny about, like, you know, you have this, like, action RPG dungeon crawler experience, and you're going through these grueling, hostile, oppressive environments. Then eventually get to an item just called sticky white stuff. Like, it's just, I don't know. This is part of the vibe of Demon Souls. Some modded deodorant bottle over Demon Souls Old Spice? Yeah, I've thought about that a bunch. It's like... It'd be like if there's an item called something like, I don't know, something kind of lumpy. Yeah, exactly. Something lumpy would be a good name for an item in a Souls game, in all honesty. Like... You can have a lot of items named like that, but you get to have the one weird one. Like a variant of rubbish in a newer Souls game. You could definitely just call it something lumpy. I might start dropping item bags in some kind of weird places. Alright, I think it's anywhere in the tar pit or before the first fog gate. What does that mean? Trying to think, like... That's correct, Jizu. Yeah, Cell by Serpent Mage is the one right after... It's the cell right over here. The one that you drop off the boulder path to. What would the next Souls game look like if I could design it? Predictable answer coming from me, but it would not be open world. It would be you know, classic level design, and I would also take away fast travel again from the start. We would revisit the Dark Souls 1 quasi Metroidvania world design. Bring it back. After, you know, you can see like, oh, they already did that, but after playing Abiotic Factor recently a lot, I'm just kind of like, yeah, no, there's still room for me enjoying unlocking shortcuts and the whole world folding in on itself. Like, that shit is awesome. They should just do it again. Yeah, the world design of Abiotic Factor is absolutely incredible. It is so good. Abiotic Factor somehow pulls it off without intense verticality, which is kind of the wild part too. You feel like the interconnected design like is really like only capable if you do a really vertically stacked world, but they managed to like still sort of not do that and just deliver on satisfying shortcuts and everything connecting. Yeah, the trams, yeah, absolutely help out with that. That's how that works. So satisfying, though. You want very convoluted fast travel with no explanation? I think the backtracking doesn't hurt the replay value too much if you're allowed a lot more non-linear progression. Because then in a different run, you could be like, oh, I'm going to go through that area, but now with this purpose in mind, because now I'm going to do this instead. I think there's room to make it work. But yeah, getting fast travel beyond a certain point is kind of the way to do it, though, I think. Sad note, I still really haven't grown tired of this. I think navigating areas and running around Dark Souls 1 is like way, way less tiresome than like open world exploration in Elden Ring. Returns of, you can go ahead and try to post a link, and I will see what happens. I don't know if it'll let you. And don't be afraid to spam a second post being like, I just posted a link to let me know. Because there's a chance I won't see it at all. It might not even like auto hide moderate it. It might just like nuke it from existence without me even being aware that happened. You won't get like banned or anything though. Nope. Drift item bag back in my location. You just posted a link. Yeah, that did not show at all returns of, unfortunately. You know, but you've been around and I trust you. I'll just make you a mod. How does that sound? No obligation. Don't ever feel bad if you never moderate a single thing in your life. I'm just doing it so you can post a link, but like also, if someone does post something heinous, whatever, I trust you to delete comments if you feel like it. can review and remove chat messages or hide and put users in timeout. That's standard moderator. What's managing moderator? Can manage blocked words, change chat modes in live. I'll make you a standard moderator first and see if that lets you post links. Because I'm pretty sure Carl's been able to post links. I don't know what kind of moderator I made him, though. But yeah, do not take it as a... There are people I've considered making mod just so it's easier for me to see their comments as well. Like Hot Pocket Remix, Androv, some of the really nerdy people that I go to with questions. Like sometimes if they post a comment and I don't see it, I'm like, oh, it'd be kind of nice if there was like a badge next to their name or something that, hey, yeah, I saw the link. So I think that means chat probably sees the link too. I don't know, I put the item up here, but that's okay. I've got item bags all around. Yes, we do. Well, we do know why we have to hit that specific wall, but we also don't know why. We know why in a technical sense. They give it a higher object defense value than the other illusory walls. So mechanically, we can just look at it and be like, oh yeah, you can't roll through it, you have to attack it because it has an object defense value of 3. I made a video talking about this if you watch my video on breakable objects in Dark Souls 1. But in terms of like why though, and it's like, oh, that, you know, like, is there a reason the developers wanted that to happen? And it feels like it's probably a mistake, but there's no, if it is a mistake, it's like a typo or copying and pasting the wrong value in a way that is not glaringly a glitch, right? It's not like, oh, a line of code was screwed up. It's like, no, it's just a number that shouldn't be there is there, but it's impossible to know if that was like... It seems like a mistake, because just why would you do that to one random illusory wall? So that's the safest bet by far, but... Oh yeah, lore or design-wise, yeah, no clue. No, yeah, I think it's a mistake. It's probably just a mistake. But hey, it could be something since, if you want to headcanon it away, since Fortress being like sneakier or something, you know, I don't know. House of Traps, for some reason, their illusory walls are a bigger deal. I don't know. They splurged on illusory wall premium. Oh no. Yeah, I think it's the only one this way in the entire series. That sounds about right. It is very funny landing on this guy while he's falling. I love that. Bonk. Huh. Some Looney Tunes action happening in this House of Traps. Wait, I kind of do prefer it further back here. I think because it'd be harder to see from earlier in the level. Should I be putting it like underneath entirely? I don't think I ever saved Logan, no. Yeah, there was the high HP illusory wall in the Elden Ring that got patched out. That was definitely a mistake. It didn't break on a certain number of hits. It just had high HP, and I think it's a glitch or an oversight that's been in these games since Dark Souls 1. That's my speculation. I don't really know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, but like in Demon Souls, there are some multi-hit breakable objects in the Dragon Gods arena, and those do lose like object HP kind of consistently, right? It might have like 80 HP, and it's kind of like certain attacks with certain weapons might drain 20 or 30 object HP or like whatever. In Dark Souls 1, I think it's tied to like active frames of your hitbox making contact with it, which Dark Souls 1 has no objects with a lot of HP, but if you mod an object to have high object HP, then it's no longer consistent per weapon attack type. It's very finicky and weird, and if you slow your animation speed way down, like normally if you'd have to attack a wall like 10 times, you could just slow your animation speed way down and break it in a single hit. And same was true of that illusory wall in Elden Ring. A lot of people called it like a 50 hit illusory wall or whatever, because that was kind of like a ballpark, but yeah, the illusory wall was very strange because it didn't lead anywhere. You know, like it led back into a room that you probably were already inside. Ah, Grandpa's food. You just saw the good Vagrant and it was red. Nice. Yeah, I wonder how that was discovered. I wonder if someone just data mined, right? Because if he saw that it had high object HP, that would be an instant red flag. That'd be like, what? What? You'd be able to see that it was an illusory wall, like in the map data. If someone did just find that out messing around in game, attacking a wall a bunch of times without DS Map Studio or Smithbox or whatever is available at the time, that would be wild. Yeah, the patch just fixed it to make it unbreakable. Oh yeah, the idea of being tricked into thinking now you have to check a lot of walls in the game is pretty funny, but I would have just trusted data miners to poke around. Like, we were gonna know really, really instantly, quickly, whether or not there were other walls like that in the game. Nah, Grandpa's food, because the walls would have to be made as objects. They'd have to be objects instead of normal collision. And maybe somewhere there's an object tucked into the map data that someone hasn't interrogated, but hypothetically possible. I mean, I discovered like an unused area in Demon Souls years after people had capabilities of looking at the maps, so like that's kind of wild. It was in a horrendously visually noisy area in the map viewer, so I was able to understand why I didn't really get interrogated. And it's entirely possible someone like saw it and was just like, oh, that's weird, and like didn't talk about it. But in terms of like breaking that information to the community, I think I was the first person to find it, which is very funny. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's an area in the first level of Stonefang. Yeah, I'm hoping in time, you know, more and more people get to play the original Demon Souls as demand for emulation decreases, you know, relative to what is considered an expensive computer. Like a reasonably affordable computer today could emulate Demon Souls just fine, but like just imagine like 10 years from now, like there's another good Vagrant with half HP again. Okay, we gotta start locking out the good Vagrants more often. Oh yeah, people probably miss that illusory wall in Izalith pretty commonly. I don't know like what percentage of players use guides or completely avoid them. How many people are playing offline instead of online, and even if you are playing online, are you just ignoring a lot of messages? Hey, thank you, Energy Fate. I appreciate it. There have to be so many evil Vagrants at our next location, but... Yeah, that's a good point in returns of. That, yeah, one of those shrines is open. It does make you suspicious of the other shrine. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember how I first found that bonfire. If I had online messages tell me, or if I just reasoned it out. But that's a fairly... That definitely rings of the type of thought process I would have. Like, oh, we have our second temple, but we can't get in this one for some reason. What's the deal? You go up the route to explore the top side of it, and then it's like, all right, but let me check out the bottom side again. If we get beyond Sense today, we will go to New Londo Ruins next. We've been going in map order so far, but I'm skipping Anor Londo and doing it last. Hey, thanks for hanging out again, Returns of. Good to see you. No Vagrant there. Oh, nice. You got the Rooftop Evil Vagrant Jizu. Excellent. Getting a decent number of bags back. Not on the level of some other parts in the stream, like Painted World and Ulasil, but... Oh yeah, Rayquar, there's an illusory wall in Lost Eyes lift that hides a bonfire, so... in the lava area. If you never found that, then the run back might have been more annoying than it needed to be. For your Bed of Chaos. You've dropped behind that first ladder. Oh yeah, the run back from Solair's bonfire? Oh no, yeah, you could have cut out like half the run back. Maybe more than half the run back. Oh, that Solaire, like angry Solaire, not sad Solaire. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's not too terrible. That's like another route that people will take. I think the one in the lava is closer, though. Got this serpent aggressively climbing the ladder. Missing Ash Lake because you only found one of the loser walls is so frustrating. In my first playthrough, the one thing I do remember is I found the return path to the asylum. I rested in the nest, and I assumed it wasn't working because I needed a key item of some kind, and then I forgot about it for the rest of the playthrough. So I just stood up too quickly at the nest, and it's like... And then I had learned about it from someone else, and I was so pissed. So close, yet so far. So yeah, I missed Painted World in my first playthrough. Oh, see, getting a good amount of these bags back, so... This good Vagrant's putting up a bit of a fight, but again, this is nothing unusual. This feels pretty normal to me, rather than the exceptionally good luck we've had in previous streams. I assume that the tar probably in the pit has to do with all of the all of the gears. It's all stuff that's like dripped to the bottom after having blades swing back and forth endlessly forever. Yeah, and I mentioned this in the last stream, but in the data, the material is referred to as coal tar. Oops. Need to use that. But yeah, as for why there's Titanite demons down there, no idea. Just fun little mini boss encounters in the slow-moving sludge pit. Something to make the Rusted Iron Ring feel worth it and being helpful outside of just Blighttown. I feel like we've got a really good head start on the Evil Vagrants for the next location, and it might sort of be overkill at this point. I might regress to saving humanity. I know I can just dupe it, but I think we're at a point where we're gonna find an evil vagrant in that next location very easily once we actually start checking it. So. Yeah, if someone was dropping slabs down here, then that can make sense as to how they wound up down here. But that would be a weird thing to do. Yeah, tar ain't grease, but like, if, I don't know, I would assume that if your grease got, like, really gunked up over time, flaked off, you have to re-grease it. I don't know. Can old grease get pretty gunked up and harden over overuse? I don't know. Trying to come up with a tar pun and you've got nothing. It's a bit of a sticky situation. Okay, yeah, item bag down there already. Yeah, I think gunk from the blades makes the most sense. I mean, that's for the next location. I don't know why I'm dropping it now, but whatever. Coal tar related to charcoal pine resin. Now we're asking the real questions. Oh, I got stuck falling. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Really good demonstration that damage is not calculated by time spent falling. It has no relationship. A lot of people think it does, but it absolutely does not. I even saw there was like a short, I forget, I think it was like a funny clip of like falling really far in like Elden Ring and not dying because it was like falling into a special boss fight versus a glitchy spot in Dark Souls 3, which I showed in my collision in Invisible Walls video, where you fall like a couple feet and die. But yeah, I was reading the comments like on an older short of that, and there were some people trying to defend that, yeah, damage is caused by time spent falling. And I was like, no. It's not. I understand the confusion though, because there is the timer for falling for too long, Something that I actually didn't adequately... I made like 2 videos on fall damage in Elden Ring and still didn't adequately explain that. Because I didn't know it at the time. And I didn't discover it until poking around in Dark Souls 3. Which I did talk about in my Dark Souls 3 Invisible Walls video. That the falling for too long timer, ever since Dark Souls 3, adapts to your location. Or like your context. And I'm not sure how it's programmed exactly, but the falling for too long timer is different depending on where you are. If you hover above an inbounds location somehow, the timer is 12 seconds long. But if you somehow like fall out of bounds, completely out of bounds, but there's no kill plane there, it's only 3 seconds long. They somehow figured out how to really truncate the length of that timer, depending on your context. Maybe it's like 3.5 seconds, but it's like somewhere in that ballpark. And they did the same in Elden Ring, and when I was testing in Elden Ring, I would like sometimes like fall through the floor of the map and die really quickly, and I thought it was because I was hitting like a kill plane beneath the map. It's like, oh no, there wasn't one there at all. It was just the shorter falling for too long timer. I'm not playing Super Meat Boy. That's news to me. This could be like a Super Meat Boy level in 3D. We have just make the blades like kill you instantly when you touch them. Hot Pocket was warning about the potential of respawning. If it is true that reloading in a different map every time you reload maybe hurts the process, it makes it hard, gives some amount of time where you're not in the same zone and you get deprioritized for receiving stuff. He warned that would happen if we kept respawning at the Undead Parish bonfire, because that's a different map. But respawning at the top bonfire is my way of avoiding that problem. I thought I had that. I did have that. Okay, cool. Okay, a couple people have seen a red good Vagrant by the Portcullis giant, so fingers crossed that it happens here soon. Yeah, I'm midway through the smell video currently. That means we could use meme rolling to survive the fall down here, since there's no kill plane. Hey, we got stuck again. Let's go. Kick his ass with fall damage. Would I consider there to be areas harder to spawn the Vagrants? Yeah, ones that have more annoying runbacks. Oh, look at that drift item over there. More annoying runbacks to make the grind more tedious. Already had another drift item up there, but that's okay. If you ever do you do more fall damage to enemies, you do not. Alright, several people. I think that's like 4 different people now having reported seeing the good Vagrant up here, so... Come on, let's get it. Does the Thorn Greaves increase falling damage? Probably. That's a good question. I would assume it would be making additional hit contact. Imagine if we could soak our feet in the Blighttown Swamp and kick enemies or fallen enemies and poison them. Yeah, it would be trivially easy to test and debug. You'd get a kick out of that. Oh, no, your audio cut out. No, that is to say, I don't know if the thorns increase fall damage, but it seems like they probably would. But that would be really easy to test and debug. Which ending do I prefer in Dark Souls 1? Definitely Dark Lord ending. Yeah. It feels like the more special ending. It's your brain off impulses to light the bonfire. And it's a cool, pretty understated cinematic. You know, you just get lit on fire and it ends. And I think that's a perfectly good ending. But the Dark Lord ending is the weird one that makes you go, wait, what? Huh? Pretty mature for him to admit he was wrong and serve you as Dark Lord. Yeah, because it's just like... Why are they... Didn't mean to pick up my bloodstain, but that doesn't matter. Invaded someone in Demon Ruins and spawned next to an evil Vagrant near the Capras. Yeah, the Capra Demon platform. That's cool. pretty mature of the primordial serpents in general to let the chosen undead be the Dark Lord instead of simply eating them, which the Dark Lord would be totally defenseless against. Yeah, we're lucky they don't swallow. I know this is for another location, but I kind of feel like reseeding the next area. Oh, there's a slope in Demon's Ruins so you can walk up that unrenders the Capper Demon 5 meters away. Nice. Draw groups are funny like that sometimes. But yeah, I was definitely not already aware of that. Zuli needs to find her son, apparently. Yeah, I saw. I think she was doing some streams where she needs to find Zubat. Okay. Alright, time to do some parkour. So this is another place a good Vagrant will eventually show up, is in this cell over here. This seems like a pretty out-of-the-way place for an item bag. It's the slope to the right of the Fire Sage entrance. Got it. I think I know what you're talking about. Is that intentionally walkable, Algae? I have no idea. Probably not. Off the top of my head, which enemies unnerve me the most? Yeah, I think Egg Burden are a good choice. Just like, they look... looking closely at their face in free cam is never a good time. Hey, we got him. We got him finally. That is very good timing to ask that question. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your username. Roxen Rai. What is this run about? It is spawning vagrants at every possible spawn location they can show up at in. So, I've come up with a list of 92 locations across the entire game. Vagrants are a rare creature that you can see only through multiplayer mechanics. They only exist in Dark Souls 1. They're not in any of the other Souls games. Dropping and abandoning certain items enough, if they're never found by other players online, they'll eventually turn into this thing. This is a good Vagrant. It behaves like a crystal lizard. It's going to run away and disappear. If I were to kill it, it would drop an item. But I'm not going to kill it because that triggers a cooldown timer. So I'm letting them all go. It's just about sighting them. Not trying to actually kill them or anything. Plus, when it runs off and disappears, it'll go hop into another player's world. Let's get him checked off the list. This is good Vagrants by the Portcullis Giant. We got him spotted. And that's going to update the master count to 62 out of 93. Out of 92. Okay. Oh yeah, what is its health? Because you were saying that... Is it slightly down? I can't tell. Yeah, no, it's about half health as well. Is this a thing with all evil vagrants that I never noticed? Like, do they not populate like after the area calculation? I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why his health is slightly drained. I don't think there's any weird collision up here. We saw potentially weird collision by and weird nav mesh stuff happening in the Demon Ruins one, for the Demon Ruins one, but nothing like that up here, I don't think. Very weird. Yeah, it's endangered, don't hurt it. Exactly. Now, the question is, I don't know why this happens. The hotkeys, there we go. For my poses are kind of weird, and sometimes work, sometimes don't. All right, we will send him off to another world. Goodbye. Okay, so now we are looking for what's the best route to come up with now. Evil behind breakable wall and in cell by serpent mage. Okay. What's a good route for this? Can I actually jump into that cell from where I was doing all that parkour? If I could, that would be fantastic. I don't think I can, though. Let's try it. That's a good spot for a drift item. I like that. I'm certainly not going to miss it. Yeah, maybe I should be checking for the evil vagrant on the roof, because you've been seeing so many there, like, that maybe I should just get it before enough strangers online. Oh no, I can definitely not jump up to that window. That's not even close. Yeah, so we'll go around through the interior. Yeah, some of the runbacks have been a little long here, but it's not too terrible. Maybe I just love Sense Fortress so much I'm not even thinking about it. So let's take a look for that evil vagrant. I don't know if it would draw from down here or not. Would I even be able to see? I wouldn't be able to see it from here. Where's the nearest I'd be able to see that from? Yeah, this is fine. This is fine checking both of these locations at the same time, because I will use this way to get back down there. Yeah, so the question is, would I be able to see it from here already? I see messages back there. Or do I have to round this corner for it to get drawn? Okay, I would see it from back, so I don't have to go into this hallway to see it. See what kind of messages we got. Liar ahead. Imminent strange creature, let's go. That's gonna be a line about an illusory wall. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm not gonna upvote liar ahead because now it's gonna think people are lying about imminent strange creature. You currently see it from where I was wondering. Awesome. Great. That shortens the run back. Yeah, because I think the best way of getting down here now, I could check that location and then just jump down here and then go this way. Ow. That's funny, I got hit by the boulder because it was like still there. And then I can just... Well, I missed it, so that was not the way to do that. And yeah, the good Vagrant can spawn in this cell. Or as I was checking from over there before. You can drop down. The one in the cell immediately saw you. Yeah, I should move the camera quickly. Okay, evil Vagrant is not here. Yes, the items do change as they go from world to world. Yeah, the item you drop is not the same item that will be in the drift item bag if you pick it up. The wiki.wiki has a table that I made for the good Vagrants. So it's like leftmost column is item dropped. It shows all of the items you can drop to create like a drift item or good Vagrant. But then the corresponding columns as you read to the right will say like results in a drift item bag that carries, results in a good Vagrant that carries, results in like in a red good Vagrant that carries or whatever. Wrong way. Yeah, in Pulika, the rate has picked up dramatically. We've had a few people start dropping items like ahead of me, and that's helped out a lot. Like doing it like an hour or half an hour before the stream even starts. Been a huge help. I don't know, I ran all the way over there. I could see that it wasn't there. That information might be on the other wikis, but if it is, it's just copied my information from wiki.dot. Oh, there he is. I saw him. He's going to be gone instantly because I fell. But let's see if he saw me or was he facing the other direction. He's probably gone by now, but we'll still check him off the list, you know. You can rewind the VOD and see that it was there. No, he's still there. He's still there. We didn't lose him. Incredible. Hey, welcome, Colonel. There he is. Just a funny little guy. Yeah, the item evolution is very strange. A lot of it feels very arbitrary. There's like some of them make some sense. You can see themes with some of them. Being like, oh, this is what the Transient Curse and Purging Stone goes through. A lot of it's just like very arbitrary though. All right, so we got good Sell by Serpent Mage. Check him off the list. And that brings us up to 63 out of 92. How close can we get? Which way is he looking? Is he just completely looking the other way? His Ring of Fog saved me this whole time. Yeah. And gone in an instant. Yes, you can be in New Game Plus. There shouldn't be... I never actually tested it in the remaster. I only tested it in Prepare to Die edition. But there were no like New Game Plus boundaries, and there's no reason to think those exist in the remaster. So, pretty safe bet that all that stuff transmits regardless of New Game Plus cycle. How did I determine these 92 locations? The way it works is they have... Oh, whoops, and I realized it again because I'm typing numbers. So when OBS is up, I can hit a number in a text field. What happens if I hit 1 right now? No, that didn't. Oh, yeah, that did fix it. Okay, so when OBS is highlighted, then the hotkeys for my PNG tuber model start working again. Okay. Thought process. I was going to say something. Oh, yeah, locations. So there's really basically like 80 locations that Vagrants can spawn in. It's just a fixed thing in the map data. You know, they always come out in specific places, so it is like a set number of things. But there are 6 locations where the Evil Vagrant, the regular version of the Evil Vagrant, or the red version that comes out, is positioned slightly different for whatever reason. There's 6 locations where that happens, so... like the true count of unique locations is 86. And then I also just slapped on an additional 6 more for areas that can't get Vagrants. Because areas that can't get Vagrants, you can still send drift item bags back and forth. And I'm like, well, that's a proto-Vagrant. So anywhere that can't get Vagrants, we're at least going to force a drift item bag to spawn. So that inflated the count an additional 6 on top of that. Okay, so now we are looking for... let's get OBS pulled back up. So the sound's going to cut out again. And... so we've got Evil Rooftop Dead End, Evil Behind Breakable Wall, Good Bottom of Tower. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, I guess we should be looking for the Evil Vagrant Behind the Breakable Wall now, because the other 2 we can double up. So Behind Breakable Wall is just the bottom of the boulder path. Hey, drift item down there, too. Interesting, so this is where I'll start losing bloodstains. No Vagrants can spawn in Firelink Shrine. That's truly the only area that they can't. But there are some places that have title cards where they technically can't show up, but those title cards belong to other maps, and the Vagrant activity will like jump to the nearest spawn location, right? Like, so you can't ever get a Vagrant in the Abyss, but the Abyss isn't really its own map in the same way that Firelink Shrine is, so it's just like, oh, the Vagrants would just wind up somewhere else in New Londo Ruins. So locations like that would be Valley of Drakes, Sanctuary Garden, Quailag's Domain. These are places where you could see the item bags potentially, but not an actual Vagrant. Look at that. One's down there. I don't know why I went this way. This doesn't help. Oh yeah, you can get drift item bags can appear. Those appear anywhere they were dropped. It's not until it becomes a good Vagrant that it teleports over to its set spawn location. And yeah, you can get drift item bags anywhere. So yeah, you can definitely see them. Hey, we got the evil Vagrant up on the rooftop. Here he is. Yeah, so if you ever wondered what was the purpose of this dead end behind this Baldur Knight. Wait, what? That didn't kill him? What is your HP, man? It was so close to 0. What the hell? There we go. This is evil Rooftop Dead End. And then, again, I think we'll focus on, we'll drop item bags on the rooftop, but lose humanity inside. That's what we'll do. So we're not going to look for the good Vagrant yet. We're going to kind of inverse the process. We'll start with the evil Vagrant. Yeah, because they're not that near to each other. I'm not going to run all the way down to the bottom of the tower in the same run, but we could start dropping item bags. So, oh wait, I think I forgot to update the master count as well, right? I got to get that to 64. Oh, Zuli nailed it with my spray. Like I've said that a couple times in stream, but this was literally, I'm not going to say first draft because maybe she tweaked it, but first thing that was sent to me. And I was immediately like, yeah, it's perfect. I have no notes. I have no feedback. Like I was just immediately happy with it. All right, we will leave him be. So he can get sent off to someone else. I don't know the best place to hide item bags on the roof, you know? Like, this is obviously a terrible spot, but, and I'm afraid I haven't checked where this little rooftop corresponds to. I might actually check this out in a minute, because if this corresponds to the bottom of the tower, then I'm definitely hiding item bags back here. But after we find the evil Vagrant, I'll research that. I'll drop one here too, just in case, because this would be a great hiding spot. But how long is the Vagrant cooldown if it dies? It's 40 minutes. Oh, I forgot that that wall recloses? Well, that's annoying. I'm listening for the Vagrant. Oh, we have to let this wall break every time? That sucks. I think I hear something. Somewhere. There's a Vagrant around. There is a Vagrant around. It's probably the good Vagrant up here, though. I don't think I was just confusing serpent sounds again. They are easy to conflate. But I heard a Vagrant chirping, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, if it's behind that wall... I shouldn't have killed this. Well, that serpent doesn't have a wall that could attack that can break. Oh wait, no, I could... Damn it, damn it. If the Vagrant's here in this run... I screwed up, chat. Wait, I haven't killed the Mimic yet, though. I could use the Mimic to break the wall. Right? Oh, the ball giant responds. Let's see. We have ways of breaking the wall too, but let's try this. Oh wait, he doesn't like my stealth. Hey. 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 There we go. Easy. And it was here this time. Let's fucking go. Look at that. What a technique to see the evil Vagrant. That is so funny. Look at this cast of weirdos. The amount of like esoteric game knowledge put to use to like put this all together is very funny to me. Like I knew I heard the Vagrant sound effect. I knew I wasn't just hearing things. So the fact that I knew its location, that I knew I could listen for it through the wall, and then that I knew I could break the wall through some alternative means is... it's like so many silly things stacked on top of each other. What? What? Oh, the Mimic fell. Alright, so the Vagrant can send me off then. Here, use your ranged attack, buddy. There we go. Excellent. We'll get him checked off. That is evil behind breakable wall. And that brings our master count up to, what is that, 65? Yeah. No, not 6 out of 92. There we go. Okay. Now we're just down to, I can't believe, we've already seen all of these. So, we spent a while on that one, the Portcullis good Vagrant, but... Now it's bottom of tower. Oh yeah, so I do want to research where I can be hiding item bags for this. My first choice, like, because of the lack of certainty, would be to just go all the way to the bottom of the tower where I'm checking for it. But I have, if this is a hiding spot over here. Oh no, but this would suck as a hiding spot because I can't go around in the same run. Right, like I could get a head start dropping a few back here, but I can't actually check the bottom of the tower in the same run. So, yeah, now I'm not as interested in checking. I can drop a couple there to help with the process if that does help, but no. Oh, yeah, doing it in PlayStation Network without outside help, yeah, every ring it's going to take a lot longer to get your own back without people helping you. I've done it before on PlayStation. But yeah, you're experiencing the, hey, there's the evil Vagrant again. You're experiencing what it's like when you're just doing it on your own, and it is a grind. Although, if anyone else in chat doesn't have the game on PC and wants to participate, yeah, you won't be completely alone if you follow along on PlayStation. We've got at least one person in chat doing it. But yeah, this good Vagrant location is just directly at the bottom of this tower. Could I tell you exactly which part of the floor? No, but it is just somewhere in the square patch down here, or rectangular patch. Now, I do have footage from the last return to Lordran, where I was dropping drift items in very specific spots, like this corner of this room. And at one point, I saw a ghost of a player interact, pick up that item. So that was very cool, seeing a ghost interact with one of my drift items. But yeah, good Vagrant spawns like right where I'm standing right now, or something like that. So, I think I will hide the bag. Again, this isn't a great hiding spot for anyone who's actually coming for the cage key, but, a lot of people miss the cage key. So that's fine. What is my favorite shield design in this game? That's a tough question. Some of the coolest looking shields aren't my favorite ones to use. Like the Caduceus shield is pretty great looking. I could meme roll to the bottom. Glitches aren't unallowed by the run. Oh, which one is after this? After this, we will be doing, New Londo Ruins. And you can do stuff anywhere in New Londo Ruins, honestly. To any type of head start, because there's a bunch of New Londo Ruins as well, so. I didn't have to fight this guy. I went out of my way to get his attention. That was silly. Someone gave your strange creature message a negative rating. How dare they? New Londo Ruins with Ghosts is gonna suck. I'm just thankful I'm not in New Game Plus. Where am I going? Wrong way. Yeah, at least we're not hard for getting transient curses. It's not going to be an issue, at least. Oh, there's nothing mechanically bad about New Game Plus, but just the hassle of fighting ghosts. We get to enjoy being pretty OP at the end game. I grinded up to arbitrarily high. I'm level 193 in regular New Game. Like, I will crush the ghosts, but. I mean, I guess I could be killing this guy with Wrath of the Gods for a chance to see a resonance sign. Yeah, nice spicy fella. Yeah, you got you got an Evil Vagrant on your inbox before your last quit out of the game. So your save file held onto it this entire time. Huh. Black Knight shield looks super cool. I'm not crazy about the Grass Crest shield, but that might just be more to do with like the VFX being a little too overwhelming. I don't know, like sometimes it's cool when you have a very clear visual effect that you're getting a buff of some kind, but the way like the green sparkles covers your whole body, I'm just like not really vibing with that. In there was a really cool visual effect in Demon Souls for whatever the soul gain ring was. Right, you had like a little red wisp like floating above your head, and having like a little green equivalent, that kind of like ghostly little green thing floating above you, a small little orb or something, rather than something that covers your whole body, could have been a cooler way to make it look potentially. Is it the Ring of Avarice? Why am I blinking on the name of the ring from Demon Souls? Wow. But yeah, I always thought that was a really cool visual effect, like a body buff in Demon Souls that I don't really think the Souls games have tried that type of visual effect for body buff again. I mean, no, that's that Calamity Ring is closest to that. There's probably a bunch from Elden Ring that I'm completely forgetting. I don't know. Like the leather shield looks super cool. I like never use that in Dark Souls, but I'm just like, that is a cool looking shield. Simple, but sometimes simple is good instead of like gaudy. Yeah, the Blood Shield was one of the shield design contest submissions, so that was drawn by a fan. What shields in Dark Souls 1 were shield contestant entries? Those were the Blood Shield, the Effigy Shield, the really H.R. Geiger looking one in the Tomb of the Giants. I don't remember what else. Oh, Spider Shield is great. Spider Shield rules. I love how it looks. Oh yeah, we can see the draw group distance for the Evil Vagrant here. It's once we go out to the walkway. Someone else said on the walkway earlier, so yeah, that was totally correct. The Paladin Shield. Yeah, Paladin Shield was also drawn by a fan. Designed by, I should say. Not drawn, but you know what I mean. Look at him floating. He thinks he's cool because he can float. Yeah, Sanctus. Yeah. Benevolent Beaver asks, am I crazy or can you not hear the screeching of the blade axles in Prepare to Die edition? It just sounds wrong to me. I'll have to take another look. I think that would all be I would expect that to all be the same. I know there's places where the remaster screws up ambient audio and sometimes cuts out. What's the lore behind his levitation? He did it just to prove David Mitchell wrong. Yep, there's a drift item bag. Excellent, Reichbar. Appreciate you getting the head start in New Lando. I wonder how long this is going to take, and if there is somewhere... Just because things have been zoned weirdly in Sense Fortress, we've encountered the first ever Vagrant where you can't drop items in the same spot as the Vagrant. I gotta... Let's double check. So I'm going to open up Smith Box, and I will add a window so we can look at it. I thought I was trying to open Smith Box. Oh yeah, there it is. Just being slow. Oh, it's being like really slow. Are you okay, Smith Box? Okay. Let me get that added to OBS. Let's do window capture, blah, blah, blah. Smith Box. There it is. Let's put that beneath my PNG tuber. Checklist lower. There we go. That's better. Okay, so I'm going to load up the map for Sense Fortress. Where am I going? Bottom of the tower here. Okay, we can see which he's in this corner of the room. So that is entity ID is 920. And let's look at this collision. 920. But out here. 920. So in the tower is good. How did this area work as a hidden location? This does not work. This does not correspond to the same location. Okay, so the couple I dropped by the giant aren't contributing to this tower. Is this 920? It is. Is this 920? It is. I think like all of the rooftop, aside from this one, which I'm not surprised that this doesn't count because you're kind of like winding back up, heading back towards the interior. What about this? Okay, unsurprisingly, once you're back on the rafters, that doesn't count, but this still counts. Yeah, so I see no reason to not continue just dropping them at the base of the tower. I think I'll stick to that plan. Okay, let's get rid of Smith Box. Goodbye. And get that pulled back up. And we're good. Do I eat subs often? Not as often as I would like. Oh, we did recently have a Jersey Mike's open in our area, though. So, shit, I gotta go there soon. I gotta go there, like, tomorrow. But yes, I do like a sub and or hoagie and or grinder. I've lived in places where they're called each of those things, so... I don't know why I went the wrong way entirely. Hey, but we got this good Vagrant again, and we can see him from over here, so that's fun. Little detour to see the guy in the cell from my weird parkour route. Don't like poor boys. I have no idea what that is. Is that like an actual? Is that a restaurant? A chain? A sub chain? Look at this guy. Some people will have opinions on being like a grinder is toasted but a sub isn't necessarily, or vice versa or whatever, but none of that's like actually like, not saying there aren't regional uses that do follow those conventions, but they're not universal across those words. So a sub could definitely be cold or hot, a grinder could definitely be cold or hot. I don't think that matters. I think. Just depends on where you are. What type of sub? Yeah, meatball sub could be good. A steak and cheese sub, like a Philly cheesesteak. Give me like a Philly cheesesteak with like a few banana peppers mixed in. That's good. Doing the spot New London ruins where the death cam activates and you can walk around out of bounds? Yes. I don't know if you can hide item bags down there. That is a great question. We'll take a look again in a moment when we get to New London ruins. I wonder if that has collision set. It probably doesn't have Vagrant collision set for it, but that would be great to know. Oh, cool. So you can't see him from the top of the tower? Yeah, I should try to like figure out what angle that would be. Let's take a look. Because I know it's a pretty severe angle, so what are we actually looking for? Okay, so as soon as we turn around this beam, we want to look 90 degrees to the right and down. Okay. Hey, welcome back, TJ90. Pretty good progress today. We spent a decent amount of time on one of the good Vagrants, but nothing too absurd. Nothing like the 3 hours of the basin Vagrant, but it also wasn't like one where like a super fast one like we've gotten in previous streams. But yeah, now we're working again on another one here at the bottom of the tower. Yeah, since Fortress is so cool. So again, I want to look like 90 degrees to the right down here. And no good Vagrant yet. Oh, I'm going to die. Just die, though, without dropping an item. Oopsie. I realized that I was not past, like, the overhang, or whatever you want to call it. Where you can actually land on the next stairs down. An oddly shaped tower and staircase. Already at 65 Vagrants. I'm on track for the world record. Oh, I'm definitely on track for the world record, that's for sure. But no. The tar pit is one of the only vagrants you've actually seen. Yeah, that's not too, you know, someone losing their bloodstain in Sense Fortress is not too big of a surprise, so that makes sense as well. Because even someone playing kind of defensively, really trying to get their bloodstain back, screws up and gets hit by a blade and falls to the bottom before they get back to their bloodstain, you know. Okay, it's not here yet, but I mean, I still like dropping the item down there, I think, so. How far New Londo do you have to be? I think anywhere. There's a lot of vagrants in New Londo, so it's kind of like pick your poison. Any entrance will, like, you'll be helping spawn some good vagrant somewhere in there. I went the wrong way again. Just kind of brain fart. Reading chat, muscle memory. Do we have this vagrant again though? We do not. Anyone have opinions on beer? I'm not a big drinker, and I never really liked beer that much, so I'm like, I'm the wrong person to ask. I did learn to like Yingling. Any fans of Yingling in the chat? A taste I adopted living in Philly. Like that might be my favorite popular brand of beer. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really been that big of a drinker. And it's not out of any hard boundary for it. I'm okay with getting drunk once in a blue moon for the enjoyment of it. Ugh. But I don't know. I've just always felt like hungover is never worth it. I'm not someone who can just like deal with that, so I don't want to get like. I mean, I feel like I've gotten pretty extremely drunk a decent number of times, but like I've never actually gotten blackout drunk, so I never crossed that line. I've never had that experience of just like, you know, it would be at the point where like walking is straight up difficult, so it's like definitely trashed, but I've never like woken up on a bathroom floor. So, and I intend to keep it that way. So, not to say like my memory wouldn't be like messed up by being pretty drunk, because I'm sure it was, but like in terms of like getting to the point of like getting horribly sick and blacking out somewhere, I've always gone to bed where I intended to. I don't ever want to have to be like someone else's responsibility, you know? Like, oh god, that guy got passed out over there and now he's our problem. Like, I'll stick to weed. Even then, like I like to like I'll think of myself as a pothead, but even then it's pretty tame to other people who identify that way, because I'm not like a working pothead. I'm not someone who could like ever go to a job while stoned. I could never be stoned working on any of my videos. Like, you like, because I do YouTube work for a living, you might think like, oh, you could like stoned and do video games, and it's like, oh god, no. Like, that sounds like a waste of a high. I don't I'm convinced I have undiagnosed ADHD, and you know, I'll just be even more scatterbrained while I'm high, and I'm just like, I don't I'm not going to show up to any of these streams. I'm not opposed to it. Like, a casual playthrough while stoned could be funny, I guess. But I don't know. That just doesn't seem like... That's more of the thing when I'm, like, done for the evening. I'm brain off. I want to melt into the couch and watch YouTube videos or something. Play video games, but not for work-related or analytical reasons, depending on the type of game. But yeah, how some people, like... just go about their day while high. I'm like, I don't know. I have to have no goals. I can't be doing anything. I want to be like I need to have no responsibilities, and I need to just be able to like sit down. Yeah, always try to be careful with that stuff. That's how I've always been. I've had friends and just known people who've taken it too far, and it's like, oh, that's never a good time. So, always tried to keep that mentally in check. But it's thankfully pretty lucky growing up. I didn't have any like close family with like addiction issues, so that is completely understandable. People who just draw a hard line and like, no, I'm never touching this stuff. That is cool. It is respectable. People who are always weird about that, it's like, why? I've had this conversation with friends before where like people are weird to them if they're like at a bar with some friends because that's where their friends are, and like someone's like, oh, you're not drinking, and it's like, yeah, man, like that's fine. Like don't be that guy. Don't ever be that guy. You never know someone's reason for not doing it, you know? I've known people who've like lost their parents to alcoholism, and they're just like terrified of getting addicted themselves if they ever touch the stuff. It was like, yeah, that's you are not missing out if those are the stakes. Like, holy crap. Can't, yeah, ask what's your favorite weed flavor. I have no idea. I don't I get like what's available. I don't know. I don't for a long time I didn't have access to the legal stuff. Now I do, but like, you know, I don't know. I'm just I'm more of an edibles person because I do like to avoid smoking as well. Not like I didn't take massive gravity bong rips back in the day, but I think those might have fucked up my lungs, so I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. I might smoke every now and again a little bit, but that's edibles are just more chill. Don't have to put any smoke in your lungs. $100 milligrams. Oh my god. That would mess me up so hard. Oh my god. That would knock me on my ass. I don't know how I would probably have to lie down. Dabs are like the equivalent of like real drug, like okay, real drugs is not the right term. Alcohol's a real drug, marijuana's a real drug, but you know what I mean. Like, it feels like dabs are like freebasing marijuana. I don't know. It feels like something is like you're taking a turn where it's like, okay, I've got this like little torch. I have to use a torch to smoke this. Like, there's something. It's this ugly looking black tar that I have to melt with a torch to inhale. Like, what? It's the hard drug version of marijuana. Yeah, who knows if this will get this one stream demonetized, but whatever. I can find out the hard way. Who cares? I'm in good standing for ad revenue stuff. But yeah, I hope there's a future for us in the US and the world abroad, because a lot of places are still really stupid about this, where we can just look at the war on drugs as just such a shameful, insane, screwed up and dark chapter of our history. Like that's what we need to, like, we're getting there slowly, probably, and there'll be peaks and valleys along the way, but like, we need to come to the understanding of just how stupid and inhumane it is to drug people to jail people for non-violent drug offenses. Like, what is that shit? What was ever accomplished by arresting people? I'm gonna say even the hard drugs. Like, what benefit does that give to society? And it's none. Like, the war on drugs does more harm to society than if the drugs were even legal. You could buy crack cocaine over the counter if that was legal, and there would have been less harm to society than the prohibition treatment. You know, you legalize heroin tomorrow suddenly, and it's not like there'll be some overdoses, but the average person isn't just going to start doing it because it's legal. So it's kind of like the whole framework is stupid. It should be treated as a medical issue, not a criminal one. Especially stuff like weed too. It's just so like I think John Oliver had a good segment recently about like police stings and how a lot of police stings like basically go out of their way to help. It's basically entrapment or like things that often wouldn't be happening without the police trying to make it happen. And there's this one story that was so depressing of this teenager who was autistic, had trouble making friends and stuff like that, had someone who was like pretending to befriend him, and that person was an undercover cop and was saying they needed like weed for their pain. So this person, this teenager, autistic teenager, was like tricked into trying to buy some weed for someone who thought he was a friend, and then the police are like, got him, like bust him, arrest him at school. They roll him out on, you know, they air it on TV being like, this high school drug ring was like busted, and it's just some autistic kid who's like just trying to help someone with their pain. And it's like, yo, this system is just so like, yeah, that is evil and not of benefit at all to society. Like the worst thing I've ever heard. Oh, I see people in the chat getting the good Vagrant. All right. So yeah, big advocate of, you know, I'm not going to pretend like I'm a genius on politics and policy and stuff like that, but decriminalization at the least, if not some sort of full-on legalization for all drugs and, you know, some sort of regulation. But about the droid talk, what roids you guys use. Yeah, it's just painfully obvious. I can stop ranting at some point, but like, when you look back at points in history and you're just like, did the people know that this shit was fucked up? Like, how were people okay with this? I think there, at some point in this century, there should be hopefully some awakening about the war on drugs, and just that whole, people will look back at like the 1980s and 1990s as this really dark place in history where we responded to things very incorrectly. Oh yeah, war on drugs was absolutely weaponized to target minorities and disenfranchised people. Absolutely. And just in general, our society's like inclination to treat alcohol as something completely separate is wild. That is extremely a drug, and it is extremely one that's very easily to overdose on. Like, my God. I know that that's the common weed talking point, but it's absolutely true. It's just like, how do you argue for that being... What was the justification for that ever being illegal when alcohol was clearly more addictive and more dangerous, like, by any scientific measure? Hopefully we'll get this good Vagrant eventually. I remember last Return to Lordran, this is one that I did grind into existence, but I think this is the one I spent the most effort on in the last Return to Lordran. Less about like just drug addiction and stuff in general, but I remember there was the common wisdom for a while that like drinking like a little bit of wine a day is like actually good for you, and that's also not true at all. Apparently the initial studies that made people think there was a slight positive effect, that information was not well controlled at all. They were looking at people who didn't drink, and found like somewhat of a negative health correlation in that group, not factoring for the fact that there are some people who don't drink because they already have health related issues. You know, like, I'm a former alcoholic, and I need to stay off the stuff, and I already did a lot of damage to my body. So the fact that they didn't even control for that contributed to this common wisdom that like, oh, it's a little bit healthier to drink a little bit. But it's like, no, that is completely based off of a misunderstanding of the data. Well, I'm not going to say no drug is good for your system, because obviously there might be drugs you need for medical issues. But yeah, generally any justification for a recreational one is just, you just got to say like, because it's fun. Like that's the that's like the only honest answer to that. Was I doing this yesterday too? No, I'm usually streaming twice a week, typically Thursdays and Sundays. So Thursday was the last time I did some Vagrant spamming. Yeah, that's a good point, Tahosa, as well. Yeah, there's like it is very, very difficult to really, like, if you have a really broad question, like, is this thing healthy or unhealthy for you? Like, it is really hard to study and control for a lot of that stuff. It usually requires pouring through like extremely large data sets with tons of variables that aren't controlled for, because you can't really like sit someone down and be like, hey, for the next 30 years of your life you're only allowed to eat these things. Like, no one, you know, like so it's very tough to get like concrete answers on a lot of that stuff. Yeah. Well, Magma Master, my next question would be, where did you see that Vagrant? Oh, drift item bag down here. Royal Wood? That was a couple streams ago. Probably a coincidence. Well, definitely a coincidence if you're not on PC. If you are on PC, we did spawn a lot of Vagrants there, so there could potentially still be some kicking around the network since we did that, like over like a week ago or whenever that was. Yeah, if because if someone doesn't kill the Vagrant they get, it gets sent back out to another player online, and we definitely spammed a lot of Vagrants there, so it is hypothetically possible that that came from our session still, but nothing to guarantee it, right? Like, could also just be a coincidence. Hey, we got him, and he's red? No, he's not red. He's just on top of an item. We we got the good Vagrant and drift item bag at the exact same moment, I think is what happened. Yeah, I saw the glow and thought it was red for a second. All right. Is there any... Can I even drop down here and, like, look at him? I think it would be too steep for the binoculars. Will he see me? He might see me. Whatever. Doesn't matter if he does, but... Just curious. Yeah, oh yeah, he's gone instantly. Bye. Alright. Yeah, if there's no one to receive a Vagrant, it'll just get stuck in your outbox and just kind of stay there forever. Unfortunately, it can't be retargeted to yourself, not without using debug to change a setting to allow Vagrants to come back to you. But yeah, it'll just sit in your outbox forever. I keep saying like Vagrant inbox and outbox like as if these are separate things. They're not. It's just like a net. Like there's a menu in debug for like sending and receiving Vagrants. It's technically the same menu or whatever, but that same menu can show both incoming and outgoing Vagrants like in the same list, kind of. But yeah, I do remember testing that in Prepare to Die edition way back when I was not connected to anyone, because you could sort of set up private networks, kind of. All right, so that's good at bottom of tower. And yeah, we'll move on to New London Ruins. I don't know if we'll actually finish it tonight. We'll see. There's a lot there. And there's one thing we're going to have going on there that's going to take a bit of work. Okay. Get the master count updated. Yes, I believe that's correct, Simon, because I think what would happen is the moment they try sending it out again, it would become an outgoing Vagrant, but then it would just be stuck. Then it would be stuck in that inbox/outbox or whatever. Yeah, off to New London Ruins we go. Oh yeah, let me get the, well, let's see. Would it be possible for me to stream a little earlier? I probably could sometime. Yeah, it's a balancing act for, like, fitting in people in the EU, but also making sure people in the US are available as well. Let's see. Yeah, Simon. Yeah, because like let's say you received a Vagrant offline, what I showed from the previous stream, where you know again it's an online mechanic, so you have to be online initially, but you receive one into your inbox, you quit the game, on your next reload you start the game offline, so you actually get the Vagrant while you're offline, then you die and can't send it to anyone else. The Vagrant won't keep respawning in your game. It will disappear, and it'll become a line in your outbox. Like, it'll be trying to send it to another player, and it'll just get stuck there, like, until you go back online. And, you know, once it finds another player, then it will be able to send it off to them. If I do a playthrough for run, do I do remastered or prepared die edition? Just remaster at this point out of convenience. I do understand and agree with a lot of the visual annoyances that things that got downgraded from prepared die edition. Some of that's frustrating, but I'll take the modern platforms up for convenience, better frame rate. Where am I going? Fire. Okay, so this is an interesting conundrum. Where do we want to go from? Firelink Shrine, again, if we're being superstitious about loading into a different map, we might actually want to go from the basin each time. Maybe? That's kind of a more annoying run back from certain perspectives, though. That's definitely a more annoying run back from certain perspectives. Let's just do it, though, I guess. I don't know. I'm usually someone who doesn't go into New London Ruins from the basin bonfire. Like, I never run this way, ever. As like a boss run back or anything, so why not? It'll be something different for me. Let's see, I'll do some poking around then a little bit to learn some of the boundaries for New London Ruins, because I'm not sure myself. And again, I would like to learn if that out-of-bounds location is viable for spawning Vagrants, because if it is, that would be great. So that would be a great hiding spot. Yeah, I prefer the Firelink Shrine run back. Partly because of vibes, partly because of once you enter New London, if you're just going to the boss, like, that's a better route. It's really easy to not have to fight any enemies when you're going through Firelink Shrine. You have to weave in and out of, like, more dark wraiths going through this entrance. Oh, run past all the drakes, too? Yeah, no, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, now I'm remembering why. Yeah, Firelink Shrine is way better. Like... But again, for Vagrant spawning reasons, we got a little scared earlier in the set of streams that spending some time in a different map might make it a little harder. But this cave, despite having the title card of the basin, is not the Darkroot map. We are in New London Ruins right now, map-wise. Let me kindle this bonfire. Do I have a favorite dragon tail type weapon? Oh god, I never use those. So I don't know. I don't know. Favorite tail weapon? I don't know. The Obsidian Greatsword is probably the coolest to me. Is that what it's called? Whatever, the Calameets one. I like that AoE special. Priscilla's Dagger is kind of like the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, I guess Drake Sword is like, I don't know. I never really used the Drake Sword. I've gotten over the... It is definitely very good in the early game if you know when to ditch it, but... Oh, yeah, I mean, Moonlight Greatsword is kind of the coolest. But that's just for, like, vibes and, like, visual look. Try jumping? Sure. Okay, so where are we going and what are we doing? Oh, I need to get the list updated. So, let's start in the Valley of Drakes, actually. So, I'm going to pull up the non-New London Ruins list. And, what am I doing? Where is this? Okay. Ooh. Vagrant list locations. Yeah, let's do Valley of the Drakes first. And then I'll research if no, don't go up the damn it. Well, you know, that happened. Yeah, I'll pull up Smith Box to see where these guys might pop out. Let's see. Smith Box. There we go. We're opening up Dark Souls. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, this cave is part of the New London Ruins map. There's the bonfire. Okay. Yeah, so what happens out here? This is... It does have a Vagrant Entity ID. 910? 10, 11, and 12. This is also 10, 11, and 12. This area immediately outside the elevator is also 10, 11, and 12. What about the cave itself? This is also 10, 11, and 12. When we walk through the gate, I'm sure it's also 10, 11, and 12. So who are you? Wait, that's 111. Is that what I saw? No, this is 9, 11. So I don't think it's you. Okay, let's see here. What? Wait, which one would it be then? Let's delete this water. It's annoying to look at. Go away. Huh? Okay, wait. So many layers of stuff to just delete. Okay. Oh, wait, I wasn't scrolling around. I wasn't looking at the ID properly. This whole time I was looking at the wrong value. I was looking at the think param and the param ID. Okay, so 10, 11, and 12. Let's start over. The ones that I was expecting first. Okay, so not this one, though. That's going to be 11, and this one's going to be 12. Okay, so the ones up on the rooftop. And... what are you? What are you? Are you 10? No, you are not 10. Which one is 10? So many walls to fly the camera through. No, you are 20. Oh, okay, okay. I know which one. Yeah, 10. So it's these ones. Okay. All right, so I know where these are going to result in. So we can drop and lose bloodstains in the Valley of Drakes, and it'll help with spawning. Let me see what the location is called. All right, I don't have it up in the checklist that's displayed currently because I have Valley of Drakes displayed, but yeah, there's a good Vagrant that can spawn like in what I call the short tower, and there's a couple evil Vagrants that can spawn up on the rooftop by Inkward, like on a lower level of that rooftop. And that's where the stuff where we drop in the Valley of Drakes will correspond to. But I do want to at least get a drift item bag in the actual Valley of Drakes, just because we can't see an actual Vagrant down here. So hence the whole Vagrant list location thing that I've been doing. Okay. Okay. Got all my windows back to where they should be. So where do I want to hide a drift item bag down here? Go away. No. I had stealth. It's not like I explained in a previous stream why stealth doesn't work on you guys very well. Okay. Or, you know, at all. Beyond a certain range. I think I want to drop bags here because you can get stuck here and it's kind of funny. You can jump out safely. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. There's like unstable ground that I can't drop an item on. Never mind. Okay, that changes that. Yeah, somewhere not too far out of the way, because I would like to be able to see the drift item in Valley of Drakes. So I'll do this, and I'll lose some bloodstains to start spawning evil Vagrants. Yeah, I still have to go through the Kingfield games at some point. Yeah, they've been in the expanding backlog for me as well. Well, elevators moving would be very funny. I don't know if the last thing you touched was an object. I'm not 100% sure how that would handle those collisions. Oh, well, you can look at that. You can see the item through the ground there. That's fine. I didn't know about that. The item in the little cave nook that a lot of people miss. Humanity or whatever. You can see above my homeward icon. What the hell? I did not realize that was a thing. Well, yeah, the item will stay in the air on the elevator, but I don't know if it could actually result in a good Vagrant eventually. I don't know if your game remembers, like if it ties it to the last collision you actually stood on and would send it out correctly. I remember Hot Pocket suspected that it wouldn't work. But yeah, the drift item could come through, but it might fail to create a good Vagrant. Yeah, I'll just keep doing it here. And hopefully, eventually, we will see a drift item bag here. Yeah, that transparency issue is funny. I can't think of another place in the game where it's that bad. I know you can kind of like see through like little like crevices and stuff like that. But that's like a whole sheet of collision. That's like... Oh, I forgot to send the elevator back up. Is Shadow Tower also my backlog? Totally. But I feel like I would also want to play something weird like Kuon. I like how in looking for music to use in my videos, I've kind of like looked through a lot of like older From games, and there's just some in there that I've like no idea what the hell, like, what the hell is a Spriggan Lunar Verse? Do you know if the right side of the bridge you land out on tight bit of ground past the death cam? Ooh, fun. I'll try looking for that. I don't know, I'm dropping Eyes of Death, but why not? Those also work. Yeah, Dark Souls 1 definitely feels like home to me, so it's cozy. That's why I had patience for something ridiculous like the mapless run, because, like, obviously that was, like, a hassle and a nightmare, but, you know, you don't do something like that unless if you're just really comfy with the game as it normally is. It's not even to say, like, I'm the best Souls player by any means, because I'm definitely not. Like, anyone else who does challenge runs is better at the game than I am, but... yeah, I don't know. Dark Souls 1, very comfy. way to the right before the bridge. So I'm assuming like even further to the right of where I just jumped off of, probably. Oh no, pressure sensitivity for a first-person game. I remember not totally hating pressure sensitivity in Metal Gear Solid 3 back in the day. Like it was a weird control scheme, but I definitely got used to it in that game. It kind of worked for a stealth game. I seem to remember thinking, being like, I don't know, being very careful with my shooting a tranquilizer or whatever. Keep forgetting to send the elevator back up. Yeah, the character creator music in Dark Souls 1 is so good. I will have to dupe things pretty soon. But hopefully, some point, we'll get a drift item back. Oh god. Yeah. That's fun. You actually walk back up the slope and keep the death cam. Yeah, navigating like that is a nightmare. I'm like, I'll take your word for it. Not even gonna try. That's fun. I wasn't aware of that, so yeah, I definitely didn't catch that in my invisible walls / collisions video. Keep forgetting to send the elevator up. It was cool in the Metal Gear Solid games, but Eternal Ring uses it to control how fast you move or look around. Yeah, I'm not surprised that From would do a worse job with that than Konami. I have to replay the Metal Gear games at some point. Oh, you did the Quelaag skip, Simon. Yeah, no, I've never done that before myself. I've just watched videos. Yeah, I don't even want to try it. It looks miserable. It'd be cool to play through a bunch of Metal Gear games again, but maybe that could be an ongoing project. Start with one on the MSX and work my way up. Metal Gear 2 for the MSX is so good. That game rules. Yeah, navigating death cam is a nightmare. This feels like even worse than usual somehow. Someone put a message here. Awesome. This feels worse somehow. Like, you should be able to pick a direction. Like, why do I keep... There we go. No, no. Don't suddenly turn. Don't suddenly... Whatever. Yeah, 2 is in a whole different league. Yeah, it really... You can see, like, all of the cinematic aspirations starting to kick in, even though it's still an 8-bit, top-down, 2D game. That's the moment... Classic Metal Gear. You can see all the gears spinning, being like, okay, the series was destined to become Metal Gear Solid. Like, even when it was 8-bit. Metal Gear Solid, the first one, is in a lot of ways like a soft reboot, remake of, like, canonically it is a sequel to Metal Gear 2, right? Like, it's acknowledged in universe. The events of Metal Gear 2 take place before Metal Gear Solid, but also Metal Gear Solid, like, is what we would call, like, a soft reboot, or what are some of the other terms? Like a sequel reboot. Like, canonically it's a sequel, but they reuse so many ideas from... They're like, hey, now that we're making a game in 3D, like, there's just so much stuff lifted from Metal Gear 2 into Metal Gear Solid 1. Yeah, I'd probably consider streaming it. I think that could be fun. Oops. Hopefully we'll get a drift item bag here soon. And then we can move into New London Ruins proper. Oh, I got a drift item here. We did a... Okay. It's funny seeing an item bag as, like, an exotic thing, because it looks no different than if when you just drop an item bag, you know? But it is special. So that is... drift item, Valley of Drakes. Checked off the list. And we get to change the master count to 67 out of 92. And then, oh yeah, and then we need to get this list out of the way. Let's go back to... see how we did this. New London Ruins. Okay, don't mind how the last Good Vagrant location is worded there. I don't know what else to call that area. It makes sense to me. Okay. We have found 67 vagrants. I mean, a few of those have been drift items in locations that vagrants can't show up in. So I guess that's like true vagrants, not counting just drift item bags, is 63 or something like that. 64, somewhere around there. That's not total though, because that's how many locations we've checked off the list. We've definitely gotten repeated vagrants at a bunch of locations along the way too. So how many individually, I have no idea. It's probably been over 90 at this point. Yeah, so now we are going to start looking for... Oh, this run back sucks. I definitely prefer doing this from Firelink, I think. I mean, no, this will be fine. Whatever. I'll suck it up. Yeah, this just feels gross. Hey, all right, we already got one of the evil vagrants here. That is the regular one. Okay, we got a couple of jokesters. You can tell I don't go this way often because I had no idea at what distance these guys would start aggroing. Come back. I'm gonna have to sacrifice some stealth for these guys, I think, because I just want to poise tank them. It's a more fun way to fight ghosts. More brain off. Okay. So this is one of those locations again where we need to get both colors of the vagrant here because they are rotated differently in the spot, so I count that as two different locations because they're technically slightly different in how they're placed. So we can check off evil roof regular, but we do need to get the red one there as well, or the black phantom. Evil roof regular, and so we're going to be seeing a lot of evil roof regulars. That's usually how that goes, because in the process of grinding out the red one, we're going to see this one over and over again. Unless we get really lucky and get the red one right away. So, oh yeah, the master count is 68. That is not what I'm trying to do. Here we go. Oops, there we go. And game and... my explanation for how I spawned vagrants for when I was testing things for the wiki is a little bit long-winded. But if you go to the most recent VOD, there's like a chapter. So in part 7 of the All Vagrants run, there's a chapter where that should be labeled like how I tested Vagrants back in the day or whatever. Okay, so in this building is where a good Vagrant can spawn. So this is the one we're going to look for at the same time while we look for these evil Vagrants up here. Where's a good spot to hide the item bag? God, ghosts are annoying. Let's see. Oh yeah, I should be losing a bloodstain too. I think I'm gonna make a duping run and then we'll get back to this. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to do a duping run. So we can get, before we settle in here and have to leave quickly. Oh, I think chat did a weird thing again where, like, doesn't update for me correctly. There we go. Every now and again it, like, gets stuck and doesn't want to scroll. I'm not sure what causes it, because I don't ever click into the chat window, so I don't know what I'm doing differently. Alright, let's see.
Well, hello.
Purchase item. Oh, I forgot to resort.
Don't be seen.
Sort my stuff.
This is the...
Oops. Purchase item. Pretend to buy the glitched longsword. Apparently it still works if I just do this. It does. Carl was right. And I'm not surprised he was right, but... An evil one near the Firekeeper Soul. Should be a good one. Unless you mean it's, like, not far from, like, if it was, like, right next to the Firekeeper Soul, it would be good. But I think I know which one you're talking about if it was evil, then. It would be, like, before the drop-off into the pool, as I like to call it. You say you know the Vagrant mechanics better than the devs at this point? Good chance, because I mean there's so many like little nuances and quirks that I'd be surprised if they remembered them. I would love, though, I just want someone at From to talk about the Vagrant. Like, just where you got the idea, what you were thinking, what your inspiration was, like, what was going through your heads? I want to know.
Well...
But they're never really available for any type of long-form discussion where that could hypothetically even be appropriate. You know, they wouldn't be... They're not going to be, like, announcing Elden Ring 2 and someone in an interview would be like, hey, so, Vagrants in Dark Souls 1? Like, no one's going to ask that. and understandably so. Like, why would you? There we go. I just need journalism cred. I would have to like do that under like a completely different identity. I'd have to fill it up. They would never have that conversation with me. Unfortunately, but
Well, hello again. You need an...
yeah, I've played Elden Ring Seamless Co-op and Dark Souls 3 Seamless Co-op. Still haven't done it for Dark Souls 1 at all yet, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it coming out for 2. That'll be super cool. You hear bells constantly. Is remastered that active? Yeah, I'd say it is. Though there's always things like there's no level range parameter for something like that. There's no New Game Plus parameter, so like literally anyone ringing the bell at any time could potentially sound for you. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's people within multiplayer like, summoning or invading range.
Oi!
Oi. Did I play Dark Souls 2 on release? Yes. I've played all of the games on release since Dark Souls 1. Demon Souls is the only one that I wasn't aware of until like after it came out. But I pre-ordered Dark Souls 1, and all of these games have been a day one purchase for me. Oops, what am I doing? Access bottomless box. There we go. There's also a thing we don't know for sure. We do know, talking to Hot Pocket Remix, so the Quelaag's domain bell didn't ring in the original version of the game. That was a fix or change for the remaster. So you only ever hear the Blighttown bell ring in the remaster. However, the way they implemented it is they copy and pasted the code in such a way where the game can't really be cognizant of which bell you're getting the packets for. So this is all to say that maybe the what you hear is inflated, because maybe some of these bells going off are actually the Blighttown bell being rung, and vice versa. When you're down in Blighttown, maybe you're hearing some parish bells being rung. Though we don't actually know if like being in a completely different map would cause the servers to not transfer that data. So like maybe that can't happen. We don't really know, but in terms of like how it was programmed, if the game can, if you are able to receive the packets of activity that's happening in the parish while you're in Blighttown, then 100% yes, and vice versa. Then you are hearing the bells from both locations, and it's mixing them up.
Need it.
Yeah, I like that you can hear both too. That was a cool fix for the remaster.
Oi!
It wouldn't be easy to test because we don't have any ways of creating private lobbies that I'm aware of in Dark Souls 1. Seamless co-op. Does that handle things differently enough for us to know? Well, no, you wouldn't want to be... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it would be easy to test because I don't think the bell gets rung for everyone on the network when one person rings it. So I don't think you could just like easily test. I don't think you could have a friend go ring it in Blighttown while you hang out in the parish, and just because you don't hear it is proof that it doesn't do that. I'd have to think about it some more if there is a way to test that in the remaster. Is bell ringing disabled during bosses? That's an interesting question. I don't think so. But now that you mention it, I'm like, do I remember hearing it going off? Like, you're usually so distracted by a boss fight that, like... Yeah, I don't know.
What's going on with you? I thought you had gone hollow there. Oi!
Oh wait, what did I... Okay, I screwed that up. Yeah, I didn't put it in the top slot anyway, so it wasn't gonna work.
What's going on with you, eh? I thought you had gone hollow there.
That's a fun line.
Oi!
What triggers that is running off mid-conversation with him. Yeah, that to me was always like, he's obviously much friendlier than the blacksmiths in Demon Souls, like that's immediately apparent, but his reaction to you running off and coming back being very friendly is really, to me, doubling down, because like the Demon Souls blacksmiths like get so angry, like they're so mean to you, especially if you run away mid-conversation.
Need.
Exactly, it feels like an inversion of Demon Souls in a way, where like they're doing the same thing, but in this case, there's a blacksmith who's way chill about it, unlike the Demon Souls blacksmiths. That's very cool. So I duped all the same things again, but I think I'm going to dupe my Eyes of Death, actually, and hold on to Transient Curses, because since we're fighting ghosts now, I'd rather use them instead of drop them. So, got one more thing to dupe here.
Well, hello.
Oops, I forgot to... Am I still good? Still good. Yeah, I'll do both, and this will help me not have to do this as soon again. I'll have to come back for Humanity a lot sooner, I'm sure. Oh, oops. I don't know why I reordered it. I didn't offload these yet. Alright, well, we'll finally get back to the Vagrant grind here. That's just a second. Just one last... This is the last dupe for now. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna equip the Transient Curses so I can use them. There we go. Oh yeah, and I guess we're just headed back this way. You wish Patches was as gossipy in Dark Souls 3 as he is in Dark Souls 1? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he should talk about more people in the world. He should have shade about everyone in Firelink. What's the lore reason that Darkroot painted world blacksmiths look just like Andre? No idea. They're a race of blacksmith deities, and they all look like each other. Okay. And we're back on the Vagrant grind. And I forgot to send the elevator back up. I'm gonna have to remember it. I need to, like... I need to make a mental note of this. This is not the way to do it. It took a second, but I did remember. I kind of don't want the Vagrants to hear me, though, so I think I want to keep stealth on, but that's annoying for ghosts. I'm torn. Did I send this elevator back down? I did. Okay. Without poise, this is asking for trouble, but... Okay. Okay, good Vagrant is not here. So... You got the good one there. Awesome. Is there fall damage I can take somewhere? Oh, putting it in the breakable jar next to him. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. New London Ruins was terrifying in Mapless. Someone's ghost up there? What is happening? Or do I have both vagrants at the same time? I have both vagrants at the same time? What is happening? There's something moving up there. Oh no, just a ghost confusing me. Just a ghost confusing me. That makes more sense. The red one would be very clear. Well, there's the regular evil again. Maybe I don't have to. If I'm quick, maybe I don't have to pop a transient curse every time. I could just double check the vagrant situation. Yeah, the red one would be the one that would be more easy to spot from a distance and tell exactly which version it is. Okay. Oh, I forgot to pop humanity though, so it's not gonna go well this run, but hey. Maybe I got time. I don't have time. Next time. I can just eat the humanity now. What does water level matter? I don't think so. But some of the vagrants are below the water line, so but if you were able to receive vagrant data and you haven't drained the water yet, they wouldn't like die, right? Like you're not gonna get the cooldown like triggered. I just imagine they just wouldn't be like loaded properly. Oh, I forgot to send the lift back up again. Gotcha. I'm remembering to send this one back down. I can't for some reason. And I'm good. I'm usually pretty good about doing it with the Firelink elevator, but this cave is just not part of my routine, and I can't think to do it apparently. Exactly. The water isn't real. They won't drown. Oh, there are plenty of mimics in Dark Souls 2. Oh, didn't mean to survive that fall, but that's okay. Hello. Okay. I did send the elevator back up last time correctly. Just got to remember to do it again. This is a good time to pop humanity. No, this will still help create an evil Vagrant in the same location. Yeah, more New Game Plus alterations would be great. Dark Souls 2 was cool for doing it. They had the right idea. Skeletons drop items but they have no pockets. The most wild one is like the spiders in Dark Souls 2 dropping all sorts of weapons, and it's like, huh? Yeah, a lot of people speculated for the rats that they're feeding on the corpses of humans. That was always like the justification. Whether you buy into that or not is a different matter. But it definitely doesn't feel like a mistake, right? So I'm sure that the reasoning probably had to be along those lines. Especially because the more well-fed a rat is, the more likely it is to drop humanity, right? Doesn't the giant rat in the depths have a guaranteed humanity drop? And then the medium rats in the depths have a slightly better humanity drop chance than the small rats. It's like 6% versus 5% or something like that at base item discovery. Slaps roof of rat. This baby can fit so much humanity in it. I forgot to send the elevator down. Look at, oh well, shit. Yeah, at least this one went back up. That's something. I'll take it. Hey, thanks, Warlock Worm. I appreciate it. And yeah, I agree. Weird game mechanics. Cool. Oh, we got a drift item here. That's cool. Go ahead and send that back off. Yes, fingers crossed on this good Vagrant. Thank you. No. Get out of it. Hey, I'm stuck in its wing. Get out of it. Stop it. Oh, that's interesting, Algae. Yeah, I'd have to compare how the lightning looked in Prepare to Die Edition. But yeah, not every visual effect change for the remaster was worse. Some are definitely better. Yeah, I've been a big advocate of liking how the Resonance looks more in the remaster, but the solid white ring and Prepared to Die edition has its own charm still. They definitely screwed up the flaming poop attack though with the Crag Spider. It was way cooler looking in Prepared to Die edition. It was a solid poop, flaming poop. That, I mean, it did like weirdly like not gyrate's not the right word, but it kind of like stretched like it. I don't know, like it had some weird like animation to it that didn't make sense. But at least it was like a flaming log that was dropped on the ground, and it's just like flaming diarrhea in the remaster. And I'm like, you can't see a single solid chunk of poop on the ground anymore. How dare they? You messed up the poop attack. I'm gonna die on that hill. Hello, welcome, Sophie. I'm gonna become a toxic gatekeeper of the remaster, saying you should only play Prepare to Die edition. The only reason I'm gonna cite is the superior flaming poop effect. Does anyone know what the hollows at the beginning of New Londo do? Are they praying to whom? I just always assume they're people who, the few survivors of New Londo ruins, people who were away from home when the place got flooded. I think it's people who miss home. Yeah. They grieving. They sad. You can pop that in time? Yeah, just barely. They're praying for vagrants to spawn. Oh, they're on my side then. Forgot to eat these on the way down. Item. That was definitely got it placed for around the drift items happening. Yeah, I always had the vibe that they were lamenting the flooding. Kind of, I don't know, there's something neat about that idea. Especially with, like, the High Knights in Dark Souls 2 also having lost their home. Come on, Vagrants. Haven't been seeing a ton of drift item bags here. I don't know if people are dropping them in other places or if the amount of people dropping items here isn't as high as it usually is. Well, I'm gonna lose my bloodstain somewhere down here, but that's okay. I will go towards another Vagrant that we'll also need at some point. Why does New London Ruins have so many? I'm not sure. It just kind of has to do with area size sometime. Because you get, like, to a larger number if you add up all the ones in the Undead Parish, Upper Undead Burg, and Lower Undead Burg. So to the devs, it might feel like they're putting a similar number in the map at that point. Oh, have a good night, Beaver. Thanks for stopping by again, as always. We haven't seen an evil Vagrant here in a while either. Not on good pace to seeing a red one, if we're not getting spammed with the regular ones. Which bonfire name sounds the most like a restaurant? Sanctuary Garden. They specialize in salads. Salads and breadsticks. Sanctuary Garden, when you're here, your family. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, forgot to send it back up. I'm just seeing now that Energy Fate said that they, I think they got the evil Vagrant right, the Witch by Witch Beatrice. Nice. Oh, cool. That's the first one you've ever seen, too. Very cool. No, Necros. There's no crossplay, unfortunately. Although someone else was doing it on PlayStation of their own volition, so you might have someone to like do someone else to do it with potentially. Ow. Ow. I don't know why I jumped down here. That's okay, whatever. I'll lose another bloodstain down here. Why not? Oh, we got it. We got it. All right. Good Vagrant is here. Let's kill some of these ghosts so we can look at it. Ow. Stop it. Jagged Ghost Blade. Come on. Come on down. There he is. With the, kind of just like in complete darkness, so we get to see a bit of his silhouette over the bloodstain, which is kind of fun. All right. We got Good Vagrant in Short Tower. Good Vagrant in Short Tower. That is... Where's OBS? What am I doing? Here it is. And excellent. We're at 69. Nice. Is he the red one? I don't think he is. I can't tell yet. I don't think so. I feel like the red ones illuminate really clearly in the dark. You'll get closer and we'll find out. Yeah, this has got to just be the regular one. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to show something here that confused me back in the day. I remember the first time I ever saw this Vagrant way back in the day was down here. And I was so confused by this location when I was trying to test and figure out the Vagrant spawn locations. Because this happened out of view, and I had no idea what the fuck happened. So I saw the Vagrant down here once, and I was like, what? But it turns out he was just following my sound. That's all it was. Okay, let's put that stealth back on. And, yeah, so we will start looking for... Maybe we'll alternate locations to look for both evil Vagrants at the same time and the good... Which other... I guess with the shape of the level, it'll be a shorter run back if we work on the Dark Wraith Glory Holes Good Vagrant. I apologize for that name, but also not. Everyone knows what I mean by that, right? They have a room full of stables, I guess. But we all know they're actually just glory hole booths. I mean, come on. Ow. Don't do that. Ow. Okay, so the one that we can get over here... I'll get rid of this guy first. So this Good Vagrant that can show up is in the third booth on the right. when we're looking at the booths on the left, or you could say the one immediately to the right of the Dark Wraith. So it would be right here, right in this room. See, the reason they're at the glory holes is because they like to suck. Seven might be the most. I think Anne Orlando might have 8. But yeah, I see no reason to not just drop the item in the booth that we're looking for. Or if that's going to cause me to be seen by this guy. Oh, no, but that's fine, because we should die. Wait, 4... Oh, wait, I forgot. Humanity. Yeah, I'm losing humanity, so... that bloodstain isn't going to be big enough. Okay, well... No, they won't let you suck the humanity back out of them. They are only tops. I didn't need to eat 5. I only needed to eat whatever. I don't know where I'm putting this bloodstain. Who cares at this point? Whatever. It'll help. Okay. Yeah. Forgot to raise that elevator platform. I'm getting better with it overall, but I still keep forgetting. I don't know, this one elevator in particular, I can't get it in my head. I do wonder what the actual like design concept was, right? It feels like Staples. Yikes. Settle down. Yeah, we've only seen like a couple up here so far, so not really on a good pace to actually get a an evil vagrant up here. And I'm trying to figure out, like, I should be losing bloodstains to this location. I'll go ahead and do it in the next location again. But maybe I should... I really shouldn't be working on this good vagrant and the evil vagrant at the same time. Yeah, I mean, they're not really shaped like staples, so... Yeah, I'm gonna pull up Smithbox again and double check the zoning here, because I would like to be able to drop. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on checking for the evil vagrant and dying to lose more bloodstains to help towards its creation potentially. But well, this is one way of creating an evil vagrant in this area. But I want to make sure that if I drop a bag on ground level, it's going to contribute to the glory hole. Good vagrant. Sorry, I'm just going to keep calling it that. I gotta commit to the bit. Smithbox. Okay. So again, pull this up again. And delete water. Water annoying. No one wants to see water. Okay, go away. So we're looking for this good vagrant. Oh, this guy looks great like this. So this good vagrant's entity ID is just all... No. This is 920. So the question is all of this ground level 920? It is not. Okay, so where can I drop stuff that corresponds with 920? This counts? This counts? Yeah, these are sort of conflicting locations that I can't really lose bloodstains for spawning these guys at the same time as spawning that good vagrant. Unless, let's see. This is 920. You can't get up there from down here, though, right now without, like, a... And again, this is 920. But I do want to lose my bloodstain somewhere up here for these evil vagrants instead. Which includes this tower, ideally. Yeah. And anywhere along this platform is the 11 and 12. Yeah, so if I before I went up the elevator, what is this? Is this 920? This is not 920. This is not 920. This is not 920. This isn't even 920. Yeah, you'd have to go all the way into the building with it, or get closer to like outside the Four Kings. Boss fog. Yeah, I don't think there's a good way to grind these two different vagrants at the same time. So maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just work on the evil vagrants. Okay. Like every now and again, I'll probably go down to drop an item bag just to like sort of get that going. But yeah, it's not going to be like spawning both of them every run. That just doesn't seem to make too much sense. Hey, thanks for your help again, Reichbar, as always. Appreciate it. Ghosts don't need glory holes, so that is true. They can make their own wherever they want. So this is going to sound completely unhinged, but there was something in Fortnite once that I wondered if the level design was an extremely subtle reference to a glory hole. Which is like completely unhinged sounding, but I kind of think that was the case. They sneak some very incredibly subtle adult humor into a kid's video game, ostensibly. I don't remember the name of the map or the chapters. I don't know Fortnite that well. But so, yeah, obviously I'm going to have to elaborate now. There was one map where you landed in a town, and that town had a bookstore. Right? Does anyone see where I'm going with this yet? A bookstore is a very specific thing, you know, in queer culture, in the past, especially prior to internet generation, where you go to meet people. You didn't just get books. So the thing that was kind of fascinating is that bookstore, adjacent to it, had an empty shop that was not, it was like an abandoned store, quote unquote, but it was like adjacent to, like an annex of the bookstore. It was an empty store, but it did have cash registers in it, and it did have dressing booths, and like nothing else attached to a bookstore. And I'm just like, that's pretty sus. That's you have like rooms with stalls and cash registers and nothing else there next to the bookstore. Looks pretty sus to me. I don't think that's me completely going out of my way to make a connection. That's like, I mean... Oops, forgot to eat the humanity first, so kind of a waste of a run, but I'll lose this bloodstain and create some more. Thank you, Sabo Tower, for seeing the vision. What map was that? What town was that? I played Fortnite pretty casually and wasn't like super good at it or anything, so I don't like you know, I can't remember chapters, seasons. I don't even remember like which is which. Like what is a chapter and what's a season. How would I describe that town? It's a town that was like, I think it was like in the northeast corner of the map, and it's pretty flat, kind of level town, not a ton of hills. Group of houses, a few set of stores. God, that describes a bunch of Fortnite locations. I have no idea. You kind of dosing, when did we get to queer bookstores and why? Because I was alleging that Fortnite possibly had an actual reference to glory holes in it. And not me just reaching like I am with the Dark Wraith glory holes here. But I think because I think I tried Googling it once and got like no results, so I was just like, okay, no one on the internet has talked about this, so. And they did a thing where they brought back like the older maps for a time, but like that older map was like changed in like I think they actually like put stuff in that other store, so it didn't work. Like it wasn't quite the same anymore. So they censored the glory hole. Like, see my thoughts exactly. How dare they? I don't know why I'm running out the cave. You don't want to go into the basin. We're done with that place, thankfully. I still think it's the worst grind so far, is that good Vagrant in the basin taking like 3 hours. Although New London Ruins looks like it's going to put us through the paces. This will probably be the first area that we don't complete, and that we're going to leave only partially completed New London Ruins. Because this is a lot. And we're not seeing much activity down here, so this might go quite a bit more slowly. Oh, that's funny, Rexus. I've never been to London. I'm assuming, did they do the same thing where, like, you couldn't refer to them? You had to call them air fresheners, or... That's a new one to me. What do adult shops usually call them? Like, VHS cleaner or something weird? Hey, welcome, Last Melon. I'm not 100% sure. It might be a couple weeks off still or so, but yeah, I'm currently in the middle of the smell video. So, oh yeah, what the next video will be? It's definitely the continuing the enemy detection series. So, it'll be about how and which enemies in Dark Souls 1 can smell you, and what smell is even is. Thanks so much. Glad you're looking forward to it. Now, the smell video will be a lot shorter in length than the first video. I think it's only going to be about like 45 minutes long or so. But I'm still glad I broke it up into different videos, because I'm just like, I can't bury the, like... Because again, I originally thought my enemy detection video was just going to be one long video, but the more I found out how cursed sound was and how that could really be its own big topic, it also made me thankful that I could separate smell into its own video, because I'm like, oh, even if that's only a 45-minute video, that's still plenty to talk about. And like, I can't not talk about smell in Dark Souls and not have it be its own video. Did I incorrectly use double negatives? You know what I mean. Like, it's the type of thing that, like, so many people are going to be surprised that it exists and have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, that, like, that needs to have its own video title and thumbnail, right? That can't be something just be buried in the middle of, like, a broader video. Yeah, I hope so, Algie. That'd be great. All of the Souls games have a smell system. Every single one. What enemy will be in the smell thumbnail? Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't decided that yet. Yeah, I haven't really planned out the thumbnail yet. Actually, so that's an interesting question. Does that include Sekiro? I haven't really looked at that yet. I'm assuming it does. It should. Yeah, I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't have it still, actually. Yeah, it should have it. But it might be, I also wouldn't be surprised if it was used more sparingly in that game for reasons. Oh, vision's more streamlined than hearing as well. Yeah, I definitely front-loaded like the longest topic in the first video. Hey, that item message is at 2, +2 now. Yeah, Sif's not a bad idea for, like, obvious character model. But is it the funniest? It's definitely not the funniest. No, not every enemy can smell you. It is more limited than that. Oops, I popped humanity again when I didn't need to. That's okay. A/B testing, maybe? Yeah, that's a consideration. I've been pretty lazy with the thumbnails for my live streams, too. Like, I should probably make them better, but... the big rock-rolling ogre things, infested barbarians, they cannot smell you. Basilisks don't smell you. So yeah, they're out from the thumbnail. Oh, there's automated, there's built-in A/B testing for YouTube that makes that like way easier. Yeah, it just it'll randomize a couple thumbnails that you upload, and it'll just like tell you which one did better and like switch to which one is doing better. An actually good feature that they added, unlike some of the really pointless ones. Something that is really absurd in YouTube is, so they've added, yeah, that's exactly why some thumbnails change. Like, people might have more manually, in years past, been like, oh shit, the video's not doing as well, better change the thumbnail. And like, you know, that could be a cause for a thumbnail change. It could, one just done manually. But it's also automated in a lot of cases. So YouTube added this really stupid, like, AI, like, video idea suggestion thing. It's really stupid. A lot of it's, like, will be something you already talked about, or, like, I don't know. And you'll get it. Yeah, how much are you going to trust a language learning model to, like, suggest video topic ideas? Like, right? Like, obviously, it's based on some analytics from your channel, but it's really stupid. But the thing so it's like, okay, they put that in like the top left. That's like one of the first things you might see when you go into like YouTube Studio. Like, so it's like, okay, they're really trying to like get people to use this feature that clearly like no one is using. But it gets so much worse. It gets so much worse because it's like, okay, whatever, they want to have this AI video idea generate thing. If I go into YouTube Studio now to try and moderate comments on my videos, if I click on someone's comment, the top option now is generate video ideas. And it's like, excuse me, YouTube, what the fuck are you talking? What? Oh my god! Like the desperation is so obvious because like no one is using this feature, so they're trying to get people to accidentally click on it in a place where it makes no sense. Because at least in the place where it existed previously, it's like, okay, I can make an argument for why this shouldn't exist and people don't need it. But it was somewhere like in its own sort of tab, right? But now, like if I'm going to click on someone's comment to like maybe block them, hide user from channel, like the normal options you'd have for moderating, the top option is generate video ideas on everyone's individual comments. It just doesn't... What? It makes no sense at all. It is so desperate. They are hoping it's where the block button used to be, or the delete, not block, it's where like delete comment, remove comment, whatever, however it's worded. It's where that option used to be. The thing that would make sense to have on a comment when you're trying to, you know, interact with a comment. It's now generate video ideas. I'm like, what? I don't even want to click on it to like give them a false impression that people want to use the feature, but I'm so confused. I'm like, is it going to just loop me back to the same thing they generally create, or is it going to try to generate a video idea based on that comment? It's so weird. It's so weird. Imagine you were moderating like an old school web forum, right? And you're clicking on someone's comment, you're a moderator, so you have all of the usual moderation options, but instead the top option is, here's an idea for a thread you could be posting. And it's like, not only do I not need that, but why would I ever want that to show up in a place where I'm trying to, like, moderate a comment? It doesn't make any sense. It transparently doesn't make any sense, is what's so funny to me. Like, it is, they are absolutely hoping people are going to misclick on it, so someone at YouTube can try and lie to some other manager to be like, oh, this is how often people want to see video ideas generated by our AI. It's the same thing that, like, a lot of ads rely on, right? Shady ads that should probably be regulated out of existence, where it's like, you're about to click on a link on a website because you moved too quickly. You know, you found the thing you were looking for instantly, and then the ad pops up a few seconds later. Hey, we got a Black Phantom Good Vagrant here now. That's cool. Here, I'm going to... He looks awesome against the Bloodstain. I'm going to pop a Transient Curse so we can take our time looking at it. Hey, guys. I'm never gonna... We're just gonna die. Come on. Come on. Come back. The ghosts won't fall. Yeah, we'll just go back to their starting location. We'll just fly back to it. Okay. We got the bonus Black Phantom Good Vagrants. He looks so cool against the Bloodstain. Imagine if when you're trying to moderate comments, the first thing is buy a tuna fish sandwich and you misclick, you accidentally buy a tuna fish sandwich. Exactly. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, he gets the red color again because he was passed around 20 times online. Or, that's 20 times total from the drift bag state. So, in the case of a Good Vagrant, 10 more times after initially became the white version. And it does change its drop. So weird. So fun. Alright, let's lose that Bloodstain now, though. We got that baby shooting lightning at us. Close-up look at the baby if you've never seen it up close before. I keep forgetting to pop humanity. I pop it in time. Okay. And I feel like I'm not screwing this up. I did confirm the location out here. It corresponds to this rooftop, but I don't know. I'm starting to feel superstitious, and I'm gonna start like losing my bloodstain inside. I think. I don't know. Nope, forgot to send the elevator back up. Yeah, come on, Rooftop Evil Vagrants. I mean, we've already gotten one Evil Vagrant there, but the Black Phantom version. So we just have to send these around back and forth long enough. Yeah, it's really good we don't have to get the Ghost Blade for the achievement. Regular Ghost Blade is the biggest pain in the ass in the game. The jagged one's pretty easy to get, just because there's so many ghosts. Very irresponsible to be getting in combat while holding your baby. Oh yeah, sorry, Rex. Yeah, if you're planning on mapping to this is like the noisiest, most inconsistent volume stream I've done so far. Have a good night, by the way. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, send the elevator back up. The drakes are loud as hell. The female ghost is loud as hell. Oh man, I'm not getting a lot of evil vagrants here though. This feels kind of cursed. Your cockatiels, who usually don't get along together, are sitting contently on the back of the couch while you're watching this. That's great. Even they're here for the vagrants. They're like, even though we're dinosaurs, we think those creatures are weird. Yeah, I could remove armor. Sometimes I'm getting hit by the drakes on the way in, though, so I'm just kind of like, I could take it off while I'm like, riding the elevator and stuff like that, I suppose. Oh, that's great, Keeper. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, I forgot to pull this, to send the elevator back down. Evil Vagrant at all? Ugh, we haven't seen one in a while over here, which does not bode very well. What am I seeing over there? I'm seeing something over there sometimes. I'm like, what is... Is it like a message that's becoming unloaded? Like, what is the red thing I see up there when I first step out from the elevator? Like, I've seen it a couple times now. It's kind of like right in the center of where I have the camera pointed right now. I keep seeing something red there, briefly. Yeah, cats watching TV is great. I remember I was at a friend's house once and their cat was like super excited that we were playing Super Mario Brothers. The original game on NES. Just like if you kick the shell off screen, like the cat was like looking for the shell behind the TV. Like oh, you just got the regular Ghost Blade. Nice. It's just a message, but then it disappears. What is the timing on that? It's not like a draw distance. It is distance, I guess. And the distance lingers for a second as I'm walking away. Okay. That's confusing. Alright. It was just a message the whole time. That I was happening to... Yeah. It lingers for a little bit after you're beyond its draw distance. So like I'm over here, I suddenly pan over, I see it for a second, and then it's gone. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, it's like a fade out for the message. Mystery solved. Don't be mad at me. I drained the water. Go hunt like Gwyn or someone. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Sabotower. Maybe they actually enjoyed the water. I've ruined their water park. I don't like the complete lack of evil vagrants here, though. This doesn't feel right. Something's wrong. The vibe is wrong. Oops. No. Yeah, that was probably the short tower one, hopping down from hearing your sound. Yeah, is there no way up here from here? What happens if I try this? Can I just jump? Oh, you have to be able to make this. I mean, look at this. There's even a message telling me to. Are you really coming all the way in here? Alright. Okay, yeah, this has definitely got to be doable. There we go. Jump doesn't really add height normally, but it does if you're running up a slope. Yeah, because I could be dropping items here to work on the next... I have to go up to this platform for the item bags to actually go towards the next good Vagrant. But yeah, that way I can be dropping more items to work towards that good Vagrant. But then the lack of evil Vagrants here, it's like, come on. Oh, forgot the elevator again. So these three. Oh, you know what? Did my brightness go back? My brightness went back down to 5 when I was doing the brightness dupe. Was darker than usual. Alright, we got an evil Vagrant again, thankfully, so... At least they haven't completely dried up here. Still just the regular one again. Hopefully one will come back in Black Phantom form. First try. You would see that really easily going into the boss room, though. It's a better hiding spot. Maybe if you went through the ghost house, you wouldn't. I don't know. There's not really a great spot for it. Okay, I think I've got like 20 minutes left in me here. We'll see. So we're definitely not getting all of New London done tonight, but come on, it'd be good if we get this Black Phantom. So if we don't get, like, sure, we're creating a bunch, so some might linger in the network, and maybe it'd be easier next stream to find one, but I feel like that's enough days that maybe people will get them and start killing them. I don't know. There's a Dark Wraith coming. Of course. Let's try and get up here. Come on, let me up. Let me up. There we go. What do you have for me? Slab, let's go. Chunk. Oh yeah, my chat did that thing where it like stops scrolling for some reason out of nowhere, even though I haven't touched the window. There we go. Okay, send this back down. Why the drakes do lightning damage? Yeah, that I have no idea on. No clue. Well, maybe they're like baby dragons, and babies shoot lightning. That's why the ghost baby shoots lightning as well. You ever think about that connection? I haven't, because it's not a good one. Is it possible for there to be an underwater vagrant? Probably, but I think it just wouldn't be loaded. I think. Just let me up here. I think I might have a good vagrant again. I thought I vaguely heard a vagrant sound in the distance. Let's see what we got. Is the good vagrant back? He is not. I'm just hearing things at this point. The first red good vagrant you ever saw was right in front of the building with a chest and 2 dark wraiths on the way to the fog wall. Yeah, I think that's the one that it probably followed you, heard you via sound. The same one in the stables, or the glory holes, as I like to call them. I'm not sure. There's 2 fog walls, though, so I might have the wrong one. Yeah, this place is putting up a fight, miso soup. Oh, the smaller building. Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like it probably could have followed you with sound that way. I know what you're talking about now. Earlier in the stream, I was showing how I got confused by the good Vagrant because I found it outside that building when there's not a location there. So something similar might have happened to you. That actually happened to me before. Yes, thank you, Avis Fangs. I agree. Vagrant percent. Let's go. Vagrant any percent. What if I had the Vagrant this run and I didn't see it because I died in the trace? Wouldn't that be frustrating? Good thing I have no way of knowing. And once again, I forgot to send the elevator back up. Interesting, I haven't gotten the Witch Beatrice one yet either. Oh, items now at 3. Ugh, let me up. This jump is awkward, unfortunately. Okay. Just gotta keep at it. Maybe I'll finally figure out, like, the spot. There's so many Elden Ring references in Dark Souls. Ugh, no way, man. And comes a Dark Wraith. Yeah. No. Seeing that message disappear again. Kind of funny. Will we get another thing off the checklist before I have to end for the evening, or will we be stuck at 69? That seems pretty good. Okay, I think I have a better... I think I see it now. I think it's like... Yeah, oh, okay. I think I can make this consistently now. I think I... Okay, well, not quite that time, but it was still closer, so... Okay, alright. I'm a lot better at that jump now. I need it to be coming more steep from the side. No, there's a drift item up there. Alright, where... this time, maybe? Come on, I want the Roof Black Phantom. I want him before we're done. Yes, miracles and magic can only hit them if we're cursed. Unfortunately. Yeah, alright. I'm much better at this jump now. And hey, drift item over here too. So I'll let that be. I'll try a few more runs. Hey, welcome, Corsair. I'll show you where that is. It's where the Dark Race have their privacy booths. Oh shit, well, if I can get there alive. Stop it. Oh cool, yeah. It's the like the ground level of the first ghost house, I like to call it. I don't know if calling them first ghost house and second ghost house makes sense to anyone else, but that's what I always call them. And Drake trying some funny routing to try and get to me. Oh, you got the regular evil twice in a row. Okay. Getting shot point blank with a lightning baby. It's wild. I feel like I've spawned a lot here. I think we might just have less people than usual helping spawn them. That's probably it. Part of me wonders if some players went hollow fighting the Four Kings and just kind of have gone AFK here. I mean, random players online being AFK is not a bad thing at all, because, you know, they don't load the Vagrant out of their inbox fast enough. It's on a 5-minute timer. It gets sent back out to someone else, and that counts as a pass. But that is a full 5 minutes, though. So it can slow down the process. But if you're patient, it's still good for it. Better than someone finding it and killing it, you know? Oops, send that back up, as I often forget to do. And you got the Beatrice one as well. Yeah, it feels like the Black Phantom Evil Vagrant's just around the corner up here. We've been passing around. Again, we haven't been seeing them super frequently, but everyone's seen at least a few. Minute strange creature, come on, let's go. Ideally. What is YouTube sending notifications for your videos on your own channel? That's weird. I did recently have YouTube... I was posting comments on my own videos to pin them. And for the first time ever, I saw notifications for my own comments. And I'm like, that's... weird. Like, that doesn't seem normal. I don't think it used to work that way. You don't need to tell me that I left a comment on my own video. Ugh. You guys want to leave me alone while I try doing this jump? Oh, I'm so screwed. There we go. Hey, there's his drift item bag back. I'm curious. I'm gonna go check the good Vagrant. How did I run past that Dark Wraith without him seeing me? Alright, I'm gonna do this till like 15 after, so a few more runs. Yeah, maybe it's a warehouse. Maybe that explains the vases in the weird little wooden rooms. Ugh. Just when I thought I had this down. Okay. Okay, no evil vagrants. I am going to check for the good vagrant in these same runs, because there's no point in ones that new vagrants I create right now wouldn't become Black Phantom version anytime soon. Okay, so let's go this way. See, now he saw me instantly. Okay, penultimate run for the evening. That meme of the guy who's like digging and he's just like so close to gems and he turns around. I feel like this is that. We should be creating so many here that it's not totally inconceivable that some of these might still exist on Thursday. on. Really? Yes, next stream will be Thursday. We got the regular evil Vagrant. Not quite. Titanite slab. Junk. What do I think of the addition of constant music in Elden Ring? This game has such a different vibe without it. Almost prefer it. Yeah, I think I do overall prefer moments of silence, but I think there could be a happy middle ground, though. Because you do have occasional places that have music in the Souls games. Ash Lake, Daughters of Chaos. The entrance hallway to the kiln has some music to it. Yikes. Well, alright, I'm gonna go check one more time. Almost like world tendency for music. That'd be pretty cool. Game progression or world state that changes the music in the area is pretty cool too. Like how Demon Souls Nexus music changing to the organ music near that game is really cool. Someone's ghost. No luck. I survived that? Okay, I'm gonna call it for here. Very slow progress on. We blazed through Central Fortress pretty quickly, but New Lander Ruins is putting up a fight. So we will resume on Thursdays. As always, I usually post a day in advance, or at least I try to. So like sometime on Wednesday, I'll say like, hey, yes, the stream is happening tomorrow. So just keep an eye out for that. I post those as YouTube posts and also on Blue Sky. Thanks again, as always, for everyone hanging out. At least we ended on a funny number, too. So we're currently at 69 Vagrant sightings. That's nice. Everyone have a good evening, or whatever, good day, depending on what time of day it may be for you. And yeah, I'll catch you all on Thursday, hopefully. See you later.